I didn't know that you realized that.
Done, son. Yeah, King Chalk Entertainment. Here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Chaka ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world. Therefore, creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby. Hey.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
Take a little break right now when we come back. We're gonna take a little break right now when we take a little break right now when we come back. We're gonna take a little break right now when we take a little break right now when we come back. We're gonna take a little break right now when we take a little break right now when we come back. We're gonna take a little break right now when we
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How you feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Please. Anyways, y'all, I feel good. I feel good. How about you? How you feel? Feel good? Thursday show. It's cold, cold, cold out there, man. I don't know if it's cold where you are. It's cold where I am. Out there trying to go to class, trying to walk to class with the wind whipping through me. And I got on like 2 jackets. That's a real thing. Chilly, chilly, chilly. Ha! He! Achoo! So yeah. Other than that, today's show is quantity versus quality, natives during the Civil War, and other political news. So I'm surprised I hadn't talked about quantity versus quality before now, because I used to talk about that a lot. And the topic came across because of a video that I was watching, and it made me think about it. And then I was like, wait, I used to talk about that a lot. So I don't know why I haven't talked about that, but so we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about some random political news, the John Lewis sack, the filibuster. That's what's in the news politically right now. Other things, random things we'll talk about. A few videos that I saw today and kind of what's been on my mind. The cold is really freaking what's on my mind. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to go get something to eat, but I was like, I gotta go fight that hawk. This one says, when you were hesitant about purchasing something and now it's out of stock. When you check your friend page because you haven't seen them post in a while and it says add friend. Randomness. The randomness of the internet. I'm kind of waiting for some people to get in. I'm early today. I think I'm gonna start coming on earlier on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I can't really come on too much earlier on Fridays and Saturdays. I could try to come on before 1. Really, technically, I probably can, like 12:30, a little after 12. I might start doing that too.
Well, the concern is misplaced.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, you're not going to be able to vote in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, you're not going to be able to vote in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John?
And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on
okay.
TV.
This dude cares a lot.
I'm okay. Yeah, that's live TV for you.
He said that's a first for you.
I actually got hit by a car in college too. Just
damn,
like
you're
that.
not concerned about her health,
Yeah.
well-being, bro?
You're okay.
Like you
We're
clearly
all
don't
good.
give a fuck.
This is
She could have been fucked
You know
up.
what?
You didn't even
It's
know.
one
You sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
Oh, he's
We're
just
good,
now
Tim.
asking her if she's
Ma'am,
okay.
you are so sweet and you are okay. It is all
Let me
good.
run that back. His lack of care or give a fuck was on his face.
And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Look at his face. He like, you're interrupting
Got hit by a
I hope
car,
the
but I'm
camera's
okay. I
okay.
just got hit by a car, but I'm okay.
You're fucking
Tim.
up the broadcast.
I'm okay.
TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. Yeah, you know that's live TV for you. It's all
Somebody
good.
else
I actually got
asked
hit by
her,
a
a
car
random
in college
person
too,
asked
just
her
like that.
if she was
Wow.
I am
okay.
so glad I'm okay.
Yeah.
You're okay.
This nigga is
You're
on
okay.
the mic
We're
with
all
her.
good.
Look how long
This
it
is
took him to ask her if she's okay. He still hasn't asked her.
You know what? It's
You
one
sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Man,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet and you are okay.
He know
It
he
is
was late
all
with that
good.
shit.
You know, oh Lord.
So you
It's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
were bumped
Specifically to
in.
me, Tim.
Were you bumped down low, Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from the looking.
Oh,
Now he's trying to make it into a
I
damn
don't
show.
even. Do you know if I was bumped down low or up high,
I just
sir?
saw you disappear.
I don't even
out of the
know.
screen.
I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes.
Oh, that
But
can
this is live TV and everything's okay. I thought I was in a safe spot, but clearly we might need to move the camera over a bit.
Yeah.
So let me do that while I'm
You're
thinking of
in-
it.
Now, just to set the
Oh,
stage
you
for
know?
you once again, Tori's in an area right now where there's been a water main break, so there are emergency vehicles around there, and a lot of times what we have seen in those kind of
Yeah.
situations are when emergency vehicles are around. There's a lot of confusion from people about drivers about where to go, so it's possible
People
that's
get
what happened
distracted
there.
a little bit.
Yeah, Tori, you didn't even see
Oh
the car
God,
coming.
that woman.
And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw.
That
We see
shows
this.
our society right there, bro. The lack of give a fuckness. Let's get some screen clicks out of this. Like, that bitch was just hit by a car. She could be fucking cracked legs and shit.
Yeah, he seriously got good hair too. He got good hair. No, because that's colorism when we say that. Yeah. That's colorism. That's colorism when we say that. So because the opposite. See, the thing is this. Even like the thing when they keep on saying Becky with the good hair. So if Becky got the good hair, then what?
Someone's got the bad hair.
Well, who got the bad hair? Because the opposite of good is bad.
Right.
So once again, that's colorism.
I mean, it is true, bro. Like you gotta.
So my thing is this. See, I'm real. You gotta realize I'm real sharp. I'm real educated on all this stuff. So my thing is this. I like to say that it's different textures, and you got one with coarse, and you may have a person with coarse, and you may have someone with curly. You got different textures. That's it. But it's not such thing as good and bad.
Right.
It's just different textures. Because if we say someone got good hair, then what's the opposite of good?
Yeah, he seriously got good hair too. He got good hair.
No, because that's colorism when we say that.
Yeah.
That's colorism. That's colorism when we say that. So because the opposite. See, the thing is this. Even like the thing when they keep on saying Becky with the good hair. So if Becky got the good hair, then what?
Someone's got the bad hair.
Well, who got the bad hair? Because the opposite of good is bad.
Right.
So once again, that's colorism.
I mean, it is true, bro. Like you gotta.
So my thing is this. See, I'm real. You gotta realize I'm real sharp. I'm real educated on all this stuff. So my thing is this. I like to say that it's different textures, and you got one with coarse, and you may have a person with coarse, and you may have someone with curly. You got different textures. That's it. But it's not such thing as good and bad.
Right.
It's just different textures. Because if we say someone got good hair, then what's the opposite of good?
Yeah, he seriously got good hair too. He got good.
Mayweather showed y'all thought he was a dumbass. That nigga Mayweather all the way on point with that one. All the way on point with that one. And he said it exactly the way it should have been said. So, yeah, that was perfect right there. And then that's a metaphor for kind of what we're talking about a bit, quantity versus quality a bit. God, what you worship, damn it, I lost my thought. Good hair versus bad hair. Good versus bad, period. Okay, yeah, the dynamic of good versus bad. And then he said, there's no such thing. But he was talking about hair. But I would say that's true, period. And it's related on your perspective. Your perspective is what decides on what's good and bad for anything. That's why I said what you worship, what you care for. If you care for nature, then what's good and bad to you is going to be different than somebody who cares about money. What's good and bad to them is going to be totally different. How come cashiers at 24/7 McDonald's can de-escalate situations better than cops? Because we get fired if we don't. Wow, that's not even funny. Adele.
Listen, I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time and for it to be good enough for you, but we've been absolutely destroyed by delivery delays and COVID. Half my crew, half my team are down with COVID, they still are. And it's been impossible to finish the show. And I can't give you what I have right now. And I'm gutted. And I'm sorry it's so last minute. We've been awake for over 30 hours now trying to figure it out, and we've run out of time. And I'm so upset and I'm really embarrassed, and I'm so sorry to everyone that's travelled again. I'm really, really sorry. I'm really sorry. We're on it. We're going to reschedule all of the dates. We're on it right now. And I'm going to finish my show, and I'm going to get it to where it's supposed to be now for you. I'm so sorry. It's been impossible. We've been up against so much, and it just ain't ready. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
COVID got Adele stressed out.
Hi,
Let's run that back. She too nice
I'm
for
so
y'all to have
sorry,
her all
but,
upset, bruh. Leave her alone. Let her do her
my
thing.
show ain't
Shit.
ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time and for it to be good enough for you, but we've been absolutely destroyed by delivery delays and COVID. Half my crew, half my team are down with COVID, they still are. And it's been impossible to finish the show. And I can't give you what I have right now. And I'm gutted. And I'm sorry it's so last minute. We've been awake for over 30 hours now trying to figure it out, and we've run out of time. And
That's sad. It's getting me emotional, bruh. Y'all leave Adele alone. Since the Gods of Egypt movie has a lily white lot. Since the Gods of Egypt movie has a lily white Egypt, here's a revamped portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Ran out of toilet paper and now using lettuce leaves. Today was just the tip of the iceberg. Tomorrow remains to be seen. Ha 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 ha. The worst thing you can do is give birth to a generation of warriors, yet give them nothing to fight for. A generation of warriors with nothing to fight for will eventually start fighting one another. Ooh, that was heavy, bro. Y'all be mad at every other scammer but the government. Ooh, that was heavy. Fellas, some of you can go even further in life if you are open to wisdom from women who want the best for you. You're the builders, we're the architects. It's super fucking simple. That's why I follow her. Like, I really love her page. I'm a fan of this chick. I almost agree with her every time. Anyways, I'm not going to go down that road. I looked at her page before on here, and she doesn't post a lot. It says, there are at least 100,000 Africans in the bottom of Atlantic Oceans. These were not Americans or Brazilians or Jamaicans, etc. These were Yoruba people, Fulani, Igbos, Ashanti, Akan, Mandinka, men and women who were thrown overboard by European slave traders. I mean, that's oversimplified, but still true.
Why are you trying so hard? in your first year to pull the country so far to the left?
Well, I'm not. I don't know what you consider to be too far to the left. If in fact we're talking about making sure that we had the money for COVID, making sure we had the money to put together the bipartisan infrastructure, making sure we were able to provide for those things that in fact would significantly reduce the burden on working class people, but make them, they have to continue to work hard. I don't know how that is pointed to the left. If you may recall, you guys have been trying to convince me that I am Bernie Sanders. I'm not. I like him, but I'm not Bernie Sanders. I'm not a socialist. I'm a mainstream Democrat, and I have been. And mainstream Democrats have overwhelmed. If you notice, the 48 of the 50 Democrats supported me in the Senate.
Why are you trying so hard in your first year
48.
to pull the country?
48. Make sure y'all know. That's a 4 and an 8. 48 of them supported me.
These guys all the
No,
time,
not 50.
man.
No, not 49. Not 47, nigga.
But
48.
what I'm saying is, just you should never lie to yourself.
That's right. That's right.
Don't even lie to your family. I tell my wife, I tell my kids, we are not Sean P. Diddy Combs or Sean Carter Jay-Z.
Right.
One day, my son, he was like 19. He was like, yo, Dad, look at this. I look at it. He got Dr. Dre's son on a private plane. You got Jay-Z. He was like, this is how the sons are moving now. I said, well, you ain't moving. Right. 'Cause we ain't got that.
Right. No, you're right.
So stop looking at the motherfuckers and stay the course.
Right here.
Stay in your lane, because a lot of it could be women too, but a lot of men lose themselves not trying to keep it real with them. It's like, I tell these guys all the time, man, I don't want to go there. I don't want to offend nobody.
No way. No fucking way. He didn't see the. I guess he didn't see. This is America, bro. The cops' cars are in your window or incognito or whatever you want to call it. Camouflaged as fuck. It was black. He didn't see that car at all. The cop was probably sitting there waiting for him to do something stupid.
Hey, excuse me. I'm gonna need you to put your mask on.
Yeah, but I'm still eating.
Well, after you're done eating, could you put your mask back on? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sir, if you're done eating, I'm gonna need you to.
Yeah, but I'm still eating. I'm making paninis.
Well, after you're done eating, could you please put your mask back on for me? Thank you. Sir, enough of these shenanigans. It's time for you to put your mask back on.
Oh, it's actually time for popcorn. I'm still eating.
Sir, after the popcorn, I'm going to need you to put your mask on. Sir, what the hell is going on here?
In the wilderness. All alone. Look, oh, we're making s'mores. I'm still eating. So imagine this. It's below.
I need everybody with masks on right now.
Step back from now.
Sir, put your mask on and put that guitar back in the open. Wait, dude, there. If you're going to be in this plane, I'm going to need you to put a mask on.
We have now landed. You may remove your masks.
Hey, excuse me.
Oh my God.
Keep it right there, like.
That was hilarious. Oh man. Oh man, I'm distracted as fuck by that.
About the look on your face as you're fading away. About the look on your face as you're fading away. Baby, I feel.
The damn sounds be fucked up.
Good looking.
Anyways, y'all, how y'all feel? I'm kind of waiting for some people to get in here right now. I'm kind of just lollygagging before I get to the point. Nas joins Google in $20 million investment for African gaming company.
You guys, I've been in this store looking, and this lady just came and checked my pockets. There's obviously
But you got some drugs and
nothing
shit
in
in
them.
your pockets.
She didn't come up
It
to
look like
any
you
other
got some
person. Only
pills.
black person in the store, and you decided to check. And you decided to check my pocket. I'm the only black person, and you dug your hands in my pocket.
I'm Asian.
You're Asian. You're not black.
I know.
You sat here and looked at me and went over there and
I'm
dug
sorry.
your hand
I
in
don't
my
care.
pocket.
I really don't
You don't
care.
care? Good. I'm
No,
glad.
I don't care. Yeah,
Good.
because,
Good.
you know,
And you
I'm
guys
not-
see
I'm
her
not- yeah, I'm
touch my
already-
pocket? You guys, I've been in this store looking, and this lady just came and checked my pockets.
Damn.
There's obviously
Was this set up? This
nothing
doesn't
in
even look
them.
real.
She didn't come up to any other person. Only black person in the store, and
I'm
you
not
decided to
talking about-
check.
I didn't say
And you
about-
decided to
I'm
check my
Asian too.
pocket.
Yeah,
I'm the
I
only
know.
black person, and you dug your hands
Yeah,
in
I'm
my
Asian
pocket.
too. I'm Asian.
You're
too, but
Asian. You're not black.
I know.
You sat here and looked at me and went over there and
I'm
dug
sorry.
your hand
I
in
don't
my
care. I
pocket.
really don't
You don't
care.
care? Good. I'm
No,
glad.
I don't care. Yeah,
Good.
because,
Good.
you know,
And you
I'm
guys
not-
see
I'm
her
not- yeah, I'm
touch my
already-
pocket? You guys.
That's when people say,
You guys,
you
I've been
know,
in this store looking, and this lady just
how
came.
the shit is still going that y'all, you know, people want to say it's not, but it is. How many times do you get somebody walk up to you and looking in your pockets and shit? If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. George Orwell.
Why are you looking at me like that? You're the one that got in trouble.
It is what it is, y'all. Totally just is. We all got to deal with it. All of us. It says, it's not just this vote. There are people who are, I think, have undermined the presidency of the United States and have forced us to have 5 months of discussions that have gone absolutely nowhere. Senator Bernie Sanders, January 19th, 2022.
Shit. Shit.
Check this out. Just came in.
I'm going to get caught up by that music in the background, but I love DJ Khaled. What is he playing? What is he doing? What's up, Pat?
Yep. Wait a minute, my mic is tripping.
Virgil was here.
Some Air Forces. Them
Virgil's
hoes
still here.
nasty. What are they, Louis Vuitton?
So beautiful.
The fuck is that symbol on there?
It's unbelievable. Look at this. Get a close up. Virgil was here, and Virgil's still here. Long live Virgil.
What, he designed those? Mo Sick. Yeah, man. So how you feel? Let me turn the sound off for this. You there, Pat? I think we lost him. Yeah, we lost him. How's Neil's look? How Neil's look when you ask him who was that last Capeline? Weren't you? I'm sorry, I don't even understand your language. Randomness. Nina Turner. You cannot govern from the middle. Let's hear Nina Turner.
Over. That's what the middle gets you. You got to pick a side. You know, I got a friend of mine. She always says, pick a side or step aside. Either you're going to take a stand or you not. Whose side are you on? There is a choice to be made. And the systems that we're fighting against, when people hear the word system, they just think, oh, it's some nefarious force that we can't touch, we can't see, we can't feel. No, the system is made up of people. Because these systems were created on purpose, whether it's tax cuts or having a discretionary budget of over $1 trillion, and you give almost 60% of that to the military industrial complex. That's part of a system, but it was done on purpose. It was designed on purpose. And so when you have that level of inequity, you cannot be neutral. You cannot be in the middle. There's no room for middle ground. You either for the people or you're not. You either going to use the power on behalf of the people or you are not.
Nina Turner. Speaking of fucking fucking military budget. Go ahead. What you was gonna say something, Pat?
I would say, where is she from?
Nina is from Ohio, I want to say.
Okay.
She ran for senator. She was Bernie Sanders' running mate when he ran for president.
What?
Well, he wasn't her. You know, he never got the nomination, but there's a good chance that she could have been his. Either way, they had a really, really important, like, you know, close connection. Did I play that video? Oh shit, I don't think I played it. So it's not gonna be in my history, but it was they were talking about the military budget. Damn, I ain't gonna be able to find it. Go ahead, say something, because I'm gonna try to find this.
Well, I don't know. The thought just came to me that, like, I mean, like, what type of world would we be living in if, you know, if it was an alternate universe? Like, I mean, what if Bernie Sanders became president instead of Trump? Or, you know, let's say Bernie, you know, yeah, I mean, it's like he would have, instead of Hillary running, like, how would things have been if Bernie was in position that he really should have been in? You know, like, the world could be a little way different than what it is now. Like, even now with what we deal with, you know, whether it's from COVID to mandates, all kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, where would we be?
Yep, she could have been the vice president. Nina Turner, there's a chance. And that would have been badass.
She sounds like somebody that I wouldn't, you know, be upset about. I mean, I don't know her record, but just the way she talks, like she has a.
Yeah, she has a huge impact. Black people love her, man, and that's what gave Bernie Sanders. What he did was he tried to put Black people into high positions in his when he was running. So all the key positions were pretty much Black people, and it kind of gave him a bit of legitimacy, you know, with the Black community. Or at least that was what they were trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you put some legit people in place. I mean, you know, like you can tell based on. I mean, because everybody that paid attention knew it was a bad idea for Kamala. Like, I mean, even when she was running for president, you know, people saw that she was full of it and just didn't deserve to be there. Like, she just was not, she shouldn't have been at that level. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, man. People do not like her, bro. I don't like her, but just not me. It's not just me. A lot of people don't like her. Like like nothing to do with her politics. Like she just freaking bothers people. You know what I mean?
well, it has a lot to do with the politics for me. Like, I mean,
I don't like
you
her
know,
politics either, but I don't
I
like
can
her.
look past I can look past some of your personal stuff, but when your personal stuff leads right directly into, you know, business, you know, the way you treat people, the way, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You could
Like,
just see her playing her role, bro. Like she's attractive, I think. And you know, and her jokes and stuff are cool. Like she adds some flavor to the Senate or whatever. You know what I mean?
and who are you
But
speaking of?
Kamala.
Yeah,
But
okay.
yeah, so but her politics are trash. But it's just that her damn acting that she does is so like cringy to
Lame,
me.
fake.
Yeah. Yeah, the fakeness of it just makes me cringe.
Yeah. But you know, so some people, oh, that was my soror. Oh, that was.
Yeah, they stuck on that identity shit. That's what they're stuck on, a sorority or whatever. Fucking but I saw a story about Condoleezza Rice, you know, that was interesting because they were talking about she was from the hood. She grew up in the hood. And they're saying that she was acting the whole time. And that's interesting. I didn't know that, but looking back on it, it makes a lot of sense. You know, a lot of these people, they just be trying to, you know, get in where they fit in as far as like, what's the best move for me and my family? You know what I'm saying? Nobody gives a fuck about none of this shit anyways.
Man.
You get what I'm saying? That's the attitude that these people have. They're like, it doesn't matter anyways. It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck. Everything going to shit. Let me just figure out my best way to fucking benefit out of this shit.
Yeah.
Where do I fit in the best?
That's not the best attitude to have because I mean, you can't like just saying like an alternate. If we really look at the differences that other people would have made in office, I mean, we can say that we could have maybe altered our because I mean, even let's just say like even for black people, even if the full reparations thing didn't happen, it's a good possibility with Bernie that like we would have gotten other things that would start supplementing.
At least they would have been talking about it. A lot of the stuff that he was talking about then kind of went away, even though he made a big impact on politics when he ran for president. And he totally pushed, I would say, the Democratic Party to the left a bit and had them talking about stuff that they really didn't want to talk about. So that's the impact that he had. But, you know, that's fucking super ass limited. And like you say, I mean, he totally would have won. He totally would have won. I was on the Bernie camp and they knew he would have won. That's why they fucked him. They said, like, we can't let this nigga get out of the primaries. He's going to take this whole thing. And we can't allow that. And that's what I noticed.
But I mean, for the Democrats, that would have been a power move because at least they would have still like they had 4 years where, you know, I mean, I'm just
like I said before, they get paid to lose and they work together. It's all two birds of one wing, and it's really the neoliberals that's running it, and they're running both sides of the party. And the neoliberals, okay, so this goes back in history because this isn't a new thing. So when you go back and if you study just the makeup of the Supreme Court and how it tends to always be conservative, then you will see kind of like, especially after a certain date or whatever, you will see that neoliberal power and what they really want to do. And that's how you can see how like You know, they couldn't let Bernie Sanders, even the Democratic Party, they were the ones who fucked them up. The Republicans didn't have to have nothing to do with that shit.
No,
the Democrats sabotaged
was
the
the-
shit out of Bernie Sanders.
Well,
They
the whole
didn't look at
thing
him as
was-
one of them anyways. He's a what you call it, an independent anyways. He normally an independent, but you can't run as an independent and expect to to make it as a presidency. So basically he ran as a Democrat, taking over the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party was like, fuck that. No.
Well, no, I think it was more so favoritism, friendship stuff, because you know they like this is Hillary's time. This is Hillary's turn.
That's
So
part of it.
Regardless,
Yeah.
So regardless, they were like just, you know,
It was her turn. They're like, it's her turn, bro. It's her turn. This is the way things work, bro.
Yeah.
Bernie was like, fuck that.
But
They was
somebody
like,
should have.
okay,
Somebody should
fuck
have been.
you.
Somebody should have been willing to tell her that, look, you're gonna fucking lose. I mean, nobody likes you.
It was a terrible candidate. That's what I mean by the Democrats getting paid to lose. She was a horrible candidate, and people don't want to admit that shit.
No.
She lost to Donald Trump. That's what she's gonna go down in history.
Exactly. I mean, that's the part I'm talking about. Like, and you know, if they were truly about business and, you know, getting things done, having, you know, the Democratic.
They didn't want to win. That's what I'm telling you. Like, they couldn't have possibly. Like, them people are not dumb. Like, these people are intelligent people who are.
No. They
involved.
really thought that because of the Democratic power that
that arrogance, that ego.
It was the arrogance. Exactly. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't blame it. Like they really thought they were gonna win.
Cause she did look surprised as fuck on the day. I remember watching that. And anybody's watching this, go back and look at her concession after Trump won, and it took for her fucking forever. She
to come
didn't.
out and have her give her a speech. Or,
Yeah.
you know, shit.
Go look at that shit, and yeah, she looked very disappointed. Like really, really disappointed. They built this big ass fucking place with the glass ceiling and all of that, and they had planned to like open it and all of this. They was gonna do this big, huge ceremony, bro, for the first female president.
Yeah. But just because, I mean, there was a lot of there were a lot of people that were like stone cold Democrats that was like, oh, y'all gonna do this. Okay, well, I'm gonna show y'all asses when I get to the poll. And they voted
niggas-
opposite.
They didn't like, and then it's like you're forcing something down their throat, and that's what they always do on the Democratic side. They're like you say, we know what's best for you, so then they shove this shit down your throat, some shit that people don't want, and people are like, fuck that, I don't want this shit. Like, no, you know, okay, you gonna do that? Well, then I'm gonna do this.
Yep, I'm gonna show your ass. Look. You know, you think that, you know, because I mean they were so caught up on the fact that what they, you know, their envision of the world instead of really caring about what the people thought. The people wanted Bernie. Like,
And they was like, nah. Bernie is a socialist. He's no good for this country. Fuck what y'all want.
yeah, but no, but I mean,
Here's Hillary. Here's Hillary. Vote for her.
But you see, that's the thing. A lot of people didn't really care about all that if they were getting what they wanted to.
Because that's what it was. It wasn't about Bernie. It was about the policies that Bernie was pushing. The niggas ain't stupid. They started hearing that shit. They was suppressing the shit out of Bernie's message. He was not getting no fucking airplay. They was giving Trump all the damn coverage and shit. Like, what I mean is, you know, if way back when, if Sanders would have got the kind of coverage that Trump got, he definitely would be president. Probably still right now. Right? He'd be wrapping up his 8 years or whatever. He'd be into his second term.
High likeliness that he would. He'll be coming down on. I mean, I don't know, like shit. We probably wouldn't have to deal with Fauci.
Everything would be different. The way they dealt with COVID would have been totally different. Everything would have been different.
Yeah. Like we could have still been using what normal people, as
and I think it was a turning point in history, and I think it's gonna go down in the history books, as a turning point, when the Democratic Party smashed Bernie Sanders. But this has happened before. This ain't the first time this type of thing has happened, where like the person that should have been wasn't.
Nah, this is not the first.
Yeah, this is not the first time.
Won't be the last.
Yeah.
Because they still some stupid motherfuckers.
And I wish people was more aware of what was actually happening. So like, at least be aware of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because they don't even know. A lot of people don't even know what happened. You know what I mean? And I hate that the people who jumped on the Biden, like they shoved Biden down y'all niggas' throat.
Exactly.
So they did the same thing. They did the exact same playbook that they did the last cycle. It worked this time because it's like it's the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying?
He was able to ride the Obama train. That was Obama's vice president, and like they thought that they were getting Obama 2.0.
Right, and then on the other side they got Trump is the boogeyman. You can't possibly vote for him.
Yeah. So
they shoved Biden down niggas' throat, and niggas jumped right on. They forgot about Hillary. They forgot how they shoved Hillary down niggas' throats. Because now Trump is considered a demon. I don't know, man. The politics is retarded when you really understand it.
Yep.
We got a bunch of emotional.
I couldn't believe it. Like I saw everything how it was playing out, and I was like, bro, please, like y'all are tripping. Like I understand. Like I'm not the biggest Trump fan either, but he has way better policies than Biden does.
Yeah, like, I don't like Biden. Biden is one of those people who you like until you know about him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's superficially likable or whatever. Like, and then once you learn more about him, you're like, wait a minute, hold on.
You mean tell me this dude tricked me? I was liking him, but then I found out who he really is. It's like, damn, how did he get over on me like that?
Yeah, that's politics, and he's been in it forever. So that's what it's really all about. But, they're salesmen.
Come on,
they could go.
I'm a salesman. I'm an ex-salesman anyway. So, like, we're not really that bad. We're not as bad as politicians, man. Come on.
What I'm saying is that's what they're doing. That's their job. They're salesmen. But you can interchange politician with salesman.
Come on, man. Stop it.
Because that's their job. Their job is to sell some shit. They could work at any company that sells shit and do a good job at it. Because that's what they're good at.
Well, I guess it still breaks down to the people buying it.
Yeah. Yep.
Because anybody can offer you something, but if you're too blind to so caught up on the hype that you just like, I just gotta have this. I just, you know what I'm saying? Like,
It seems like we get duped every time. Well, the majority of people, when I say we, I don't mean me and you. You know what I mean?
no, I know, no, it's a we, because I mean, I mean, we still have
We're
to
part of
live
the
with
society. Yeah.
we still have to deal with the decisions of the masses. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how well we see it, it's just, you know.
And that's why I do this, to hopefully get people a little bit more aware. I don't want to put y'all to sleep, but I want to play a little bit of this because I was talking about the military budget. I ain't even watched this. So
There's a book that has now come out by author Andrew Coburn called The Spoils of War: Power, Profit, and the American War Machine. Andrew Coburn is the Washington editor of Harper's Magazine. He is a journalist who has been covering national security for decades. He's a regular opinion contributor to the Los Angeles Times. He's written for, among others, New York Times, National Geographic, and the London Review of Books. Andrew Coburn, thank you so much for being with us. I'm very grateful.
Oh, I'm so pleased to be with you, Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I think we are living at a time of reckoning in the United States. I think many people are being forced to look at things that they have not wanted to look at, not wanted to believe. So many of our current realities are in contradiction to so much that we have been brought up to believe about ourselves. And one of those things, of course, has to do with the U.S. military. I think the vast majority of Americans like to think we're the good guys and that we have a strong military because we have to, because there are all these bad people out there. But we are standing in all of our military pursuits for democracy and freedom and protecting the good guys and fighting off the bad guys. And that's the way it is. I think that naive sort of fairy tale version of the truth about the Pentagon and the U.S. military has been busted for millions and millions and millions of people who now look but don't even know where to begin. And that's why I so value your contributions. Thank you so much. Thank you for writing this book. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to just go right in and ask you some questions that I think would be helpful to my audience. Is that all right?
Sure, let's go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to begin with a quote in the introduction. You say you're talking about some senior Marine generals talking about plans in Afghanistan on the ground, according to someone who was present at the relevant meeting, that when Trump ordered a surge, the general said, it won't make any difference in the war, but it will be good for us at budget time. Then you go on to say Colonel John Boyd, the former Air Force fighter pilot who famously conceived and expounded a comprehensive theory of human conflict, once pointed out that there was no contradiction between the military's professed mission and its seeming indifference to operational proficiency. Quote, people say the Pentagon does not have a strategy, he said. They are wrong. The Pentagon does have a strategy. It is, don't interrupt the money flow, add to it, unquote. Now, every time we read something like this, Andrew, everybody, gets on the internet and posts that famous speech by General Eisenhower, then President Eisenhower, in his farewell address to the nation, warning us about the military-industrial complex. We did not have a standing army at the beginning of World War II. Everyone was agreed. Obviously, we would need one after World War II, but Eisenhower warned us of the peril that would face this nation if there was this marriage of congressional and military and corporate power. How did it get so bad so fast after Eisenhower warned us?
Well, I mean, as
wait, that was a lot.
That was
you
a
there,
lot.
Pat? I don't know.
I wasn't expecting her to go that hard. I thought it was about, kind of a fluff piece or something, just kind of, the beat around the bush, but she went in. She's trying to get to the bottom of this shit.
Yeah, that's Marianne Williamson. That's the chick that ran for president.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, she ran for president. She was up there on the debate.
Against who? What during what?
On the Democrat side, she was up there with.
I'm saying the time period.
Bernie Sanders, Biden, fucking the Asian dude.
Oh, okay. Well, damn.
The last cycle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess when it really comes down to it, you know, most people are naive to the you know, the operations of the military. You know, I've been seeing like, you know, I as a truck driver, I know I could see glimpses of their practices based on, you know, when I would get loads. You know, if you just think about like if they were really trying to conserve, like we would have moved a lot of that military stuff. Just be glad to, you know, say we're moving military stuff, and would have moved it for way less than what they were offering. And you know, of course, we'd gladly take it because I mean, you know, like I said, I mean,
Supporting the military, supporting,
well,
you know.
yeah, I mean,
America.
you do it. You would have done it for your country. Period. You know, if it would have been, you know, regular pricing, you know, but at the same time, too, you're looking at something that was double or 3 times what you would get on normal loads. Like I said, I mean, shoot, from California to Virginia carrying loads of some missiles. Shoot, I paid $24,000 to drive 2,400 miles. And
Sound like good money.
Yeah, and these days to get a load like that, you know, 2,400 miles. I mean, it might be around $5,000-$6,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying though. You know, that's their budget. They got a huge, big, fat budget, and they spread it around everywhere. They rich.
Well,
they balling out.
Well, because I mean, they want to repeat the process. I mean, even though they'll give it away to, you know, like I said, I wasn't mad about it. I got excited when when you get that type of load. You get excited. You just like, oh shit, that's my next 2 weeks. I can, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? You can ball out.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just like if they were actually trying to conserve money, trying to actually, you know, cut corners where they can so that they can save here and save there. No, they get to a point where they want to spend more so that they can get more next year.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly how it works. Because the ends justify the means, or the means justify the ends. I don't know. And you know, so they use the precedent of, hey, see, it cost that much last time, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna cost at least that this time. You gotta think about inflation, bro. Chunk be my change, bro. And then they basically say that every year.
Yeah, and I didn't really understand why so many people wanted government contracts. I mean, of course, once I realized what kind of money was being made, I'm like, wait a minute, you mean tell me just doing this with another co-driver, like I can make like $400,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I had, you know, it's mandatory to have a driver. So I mean, I gotta pay a driver, but still, that still overall would still, you know, pay me close to $300,000. But it's just like, wow.
That should make me want to go drive some missiles around for the army right now. You got me thinking about restructuring my career path.
And shoot, I mean, some people were making more than that. Some of them were probably hitting, you know, $500,000. You know, don't be like the, you know, like friends with, you know, the people who are actually, you know, sending out loads. Like they can actually put you on the right path where, you know, you hit this kind of amount all the time. And I mean, just think, 2,400 miles, you can do that in a week by yourself. You got a driver. You know, they got a lot of husband-wife teams. So, you know, you just think about, I mean, even if you, I mean, just calculate, even if you got just that one load every week, even though you could probably get that load plus another, let's just say, you know, that 24,000, it could easily turn to 30,000 in a week's time.
But I gotta ask, why the hell the military need to be moving missiles around so damn much?
Well, what they were doing is because after the missiles have been at, you know, like, let's just say, like, the people who produce them, they have moved them, you know, like, let's say that there's an order to have them in California. Well, after the missiles have been there in California for so long, they have to be inspected because they've just been sitting there. They haven't been used. So after a certain period of time, they got to be inspected. So they send them back so they can be inspected.
Damn, man, them niggas is making a killing off of these missiles just going back and forth, back and forth.
Pretty much.
Let's hear this guy's answer to her really, really heavy question.
As you can see from Eisenhower's speech, we were already well on our way. That's what alarmed him. But I think, you know, it was a combination of things. I mean, he made that speech because he was concerned, as you say, about, you know, the rising power of the military, and crucially, I'm glad you mentioned that, the, you know, connection, the infiltration of the Congress, so the military industry, infiltration of the Congress. But that right after that, we had a new administration come into power who said we weren't spending enough. We had to spend more. We were falling behind the Russians in missiles. It really, you know, there was no one after Eisenhower had the credibility, had the desire, it seems, to attempt to cut back on the military. I think, you know, Jimmy Carter made some noises about it when he was running in the 70s and in 1976, but that didn't last long. What we see and what I talk about in the book is how, whenever there's a possibility of reining this in, of, you know, that the spending might be heading in a downward direction, we immediately have a new threat. They discover a new reason to be scared, whether it be now it's the Chinese, before it was the Russians, or at one point they were saying even, you know, the Venezuelans were going to attack us. So there's this I'd say it's like a virus, you know, that exists, like it's the Pentagon. I see the whole system as like a giant malignant virus that exists only to expand and guard it, both to grow and to safeguard its food supply. And the food supply is, of course, money. And this is really all about money.
Well, that's why it's called the blob here in Washington, D.C. Let me ask you a question. You were talking about the presidential administration after Eisenhower, which, of course, would be JFK. Now, if you look at the two parties today, the two major political parties are in lockstep in supporting the gargantuan budget of the military. Clearly, they are bought and sold. They are legal.
We can stop there, I guess. What'd you think about that? You there, Pat?
Yeah. No, I'm here. Let's see. I mean,
I'm fucking cold. I'm fucking cold, bro. Is it cold where you at?
No.
It's cold in Houston tonight. I don't know. I think somebody said 32 degrees, 39. It's 37 degrees right now.
Yeah, nah, it's like 65. It was in the 70s earlier today.
It's fucking chilly.
It might have ended up hitting 80 at some point, but I mean 65 to me, that's like super comfy.
Shit, 37 to me is cold as fuck.
Well, I mean, that still counts as 30, 35, 37, 30, whatever. Those are still somewhat comfortable to me too, because I mean, I've been in some places. You know, I go to some places where like it might get as low as like -15 sometimes, 3 degree. You know, 3, 4 degrees. You know, like that's cold. You talk, you talking about refrigerator temperatures, 35, 38. I mean, shit,
Yeah.
that ain't shit. Shit.
I get you because we walk into the, I've been working in restaurants for a long time. So in the restaurants, they tend to have a walk-in cooler, and then they tend to have a freezer in the back of that. A lot of restaurants have a setup like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cooler is those refrigerator temperatures. I can't think of the temperature now. 37, 36.
Usually 35.
33.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Yeah.
There's a certain number that it's supposed to be, like it can't get over a certain temperature by law or whatever. But then you go to the back and then you go into that damn freezer and oh
-20.
my God. Nigga, I don't know. There's a
-10.
thermostat but on the wall always in those places, but that motherfucker is always frozen over too.
Yeah. Everything that you have in there is gonna take 2 days to thaw out.
Yeah, that shit is frozen rock solid hard. Like you don't want to be in there longer than a minute. Like, and sometimes you have to like, put stuff in there or pull stuff out.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, I used to do inventory. Well, when I used to work at LSU years ago, and I mean, I did the dry, which was fine. I could do that no problem. The cooler, I did that. That wasn't so bad. But when I got to had to do the freezer, I was a cussing SOB.
Because you
Like
do that shit really quickly. And whoever you're working with, like I was a restaurant manager and we had to do like, you get deliveries and we get a whole truck and we have to fucking deal with this shit right away. We get frozen product. And so we got to get that frozen product counted and, accounted for, paid for, and off the truck. A lot of times, there's different ways to do that and then put away. So the frozen stuff needs to get put up, and you have to manage that because you're the person that's
you're the inventory
trained,
guy.
and you're trained on like the health code shit. So you're the certified person on the scene for the health code shit.
That was my job. Like, I mean, I was control of when, like let's just say like for their day-to-day stuff that they're gonna cook. I get a list of stuff that I gotta pull from the freezer and put into the cooler. Stuff that I set up different people's carts with certain things that they are gonna that they're supposed to be cooking or whatever. And what, bro, I'm telling you, I could deal with the cooler.
But
It
that
get
damn
cold
freezer.
sometimes. Yeah, the
So
cooler. And if you're in there for a while, the cooler gets cold too. But man, it was
that damn freezer. So like I say, you gonna work with somebody you trust, and y'all gonna get this shit done like.
It was like
double
Mortal
time.
It was like Mortal Kombat. Brutality.
We getting this shit done double fucking time, brother. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to call out. Hey, all right, peas. 7 pounds. Corn. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody's running around because I mean you try to do all this shit by yourself, it's gonna take forever.
Yeah, you have to have somebody there with you that knows what they're doing too.
Yeah, but the dude said was talking about the different time periods in which the military, where people talked about where it was a problem. And, it's kind of hard for, to kind of perceive, on the outside looking in because, you think that they're doing their job, but then, for me personally, when you start looking at the policy, looking at world news, and then you hear different side points of view of what's happening, you know, with our military and what they're doing, this, that, and the other. You know, it's kind of like you start to see the flaws of what, you know what I'm saying, like how they're using, you know, mind control to get people to back bullshit. So I mean, I can only imagine.
America.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, I mean, he's talking about the 70s. I mean, I was born in the 70s, so I don't, you know what I'm saying? Nothing started really becoming clear to me until like definitely at like I still it wasn't like I still look back even in my 20s, I didn't know shit.
Right.
You know what
And
I'm
you
saying?
and most likely you believed all of that stuff because you did the national anthem all the time. You know, you do the what is the one that they do in class?
The
That you
Pledge
do
of
in class?
Allegiance.
The Pledge of Allegiance, you know, and the way you were taught history and all the all the media. The thing is, a lot of the movies, if it's a military movie, that's propaganda. If it was a American-made military movie,
Yeah.
it's pretty much gonna be propaganda.
But then I mean, you know, a lot of the movies is to make you believe more, like because a lot of times it's a lie. Like we didn't win. Like in most cases, we didn't win any war. If you truly look at everything, but the movies is to sell you an idea. Like there was at least one of the heroes who did such a great thing.
And
But
that's what they
overall,
always focus on. Like, and then, but the thing about that is this nigga is over there doing some fucked up shit from jump. We're not gonna talk about that. No. Let's not talk about that. We're gonna talk about the guys who went over there, Saving Private Ryan. We're gonna talk
yeah,
about the guys who went over there and risked their life to save this guy. You know, they
yeah,
were selfless and they
because
were hardcore soldiers, and and some of them lost their
because
lives doing it.
a lot of that stuff was true when you know there's guys that's over there putting their life on the line, uh, and they don't know that they're doing it for some bullshit, but
Yeah.
they're actually heroic people. Like these are people who actually, you know, regardless, like they're doing what their country is asking of them, you know, put their life on the line. So that heroic story, you know, is close, at least close to true. You know, of course, it's a movie. You know, they're gonna make things, you know, look.
Those SS soldiers in Germany was doing the exact same thing, you know, doing what their country told them, you know, doing, you know, fighting, and they were heroic too.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their own movies that they, you know, have in their country that, you know, make them look like the good guys, and you know, like I mean, that's the main thing is
I'm
politics.
super sensitive to the fact that pretty much because of, and it's part of the reason why I do the studying I do, is because one day I realized that pretty much everything that we were taught about World War II was propaganda, even in school.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't, I mean, honestly, like everything that since then, ever since World War II, I mean, it has been a heightened level of propaganda through the news. I mean, you know, anything that they, you know, that's become an agenda and that's going to get the people on board, whatever story that's going to take, that's what the story that they're going to tell you, so that you're like, yeah, we got to go and kick some commie ass and do, you know, like it's like these people ain't doing nothing wrong to nobody. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
America.
Yeah.
Cause they don't ever want to talk about that. You know, why was we over there in the first place? What were we doing? We never want to talk about that. The movies don't talk about that. When you talk to people about there's, you know, people that has been on tours, what was we doing over there? That's not the subject. We never talk about that. What were they doing? What was the point of it?
Yeah, well, like how did you know? You have to like follow the beginning, because I mean, really, it's following the money. Through everything, it's following the money, and like, uh, the Japan dropping a bomb on New Orleans. Like, why? Why did they want to do that? What happened that made them do that, and then for you to retaliate 5 years later for that? Like, I mean, it's it's insanity. Like, I mean,
It's
a lot of it.
crazy.
Yeah, when you really look at everything, like, no, like in 1945. That's it. I'm trying to, like, I get those years mixed up a little bit
Yeah, me
because
too.
but either way, like, I mean,
That
there
sounds like
was
World War II. That was is that the
no
end
that
of World War II?
no
That's
that's like the Korean
so World War II was over
Kor-
already?
yeah,
Yeah.
the Korean War, because I mean, a lot of the Japan, the Korea, like that stuff was like somewhat in this era, in that, during that time period, but it was multiple different conflicts, because it was certain Asian countries that were of darker hue
Mm-hmm.
that would have taken power, because Japan was more of a darker country than what we
Mm-hmm.
see today.
Yep.
And they would have taken power, and then they, like, because of where China was at the time, and them being allies, it was worth it to America to go, because it was the industrial revolution, and there was a lot of steel being made, a lot of steel production, this, that, and the other, and they would rather deal with China because they were friends. They could get better deals, this, that, and the other. Where Japan was like, no, we about to make our money. Like, y'all gonna, what I'm saying? Like, y'all
It's
gonna
like
pay.
it's like the creation of the West. And it's kind of the thing I be thinking about a lot, like the system that we live under, because I always be talking about this. Like, people don't manage people. People manage systems. Systems manage
Yes,
people. So whatever system you live under, whatever, everything is a system, and it was
yeah,
made by somebody. And so what I always think about is, okay, so they had to create this system,
yeah,
and they did it through steps. And it was like, okay, so having to do with European domination is what we're talking about. Like the Western world, and basically creating the third world, because you don't have a West without like saying there's an East. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a comparison. And now they be talking about they used to say the first world, second world, third world, but now they're saying that that's all rude, and that's like politically incorrect. But you have these systems that they started creating based on race, like ethnicity, like skin tone, and
yeah,
and it was like, that's why I always go back to the Caribbean, because I believe that's when they started that shit. And then they started spreading that idea of, the light-skinned person should be the one in charge. They should be the one with the money, and the darker skinned person shouldn't be. That's part of the system.
yeah.
And
I
this is
mean,
how we
uh,
identify,
and that plays out in pretty much every area, because I mean, just like different countries, um, shoot, even in China, it's like there's the average person are more of the darker Afro type,
they've been lightening
female.
up, just like Japan.
Well, the population of them, or the light ones, are not, it's not as heavy. I mean, you got to look at it like, I mean, you look at what you consider white people is like 8% of the population, of the world population, and that's worldwide. And then, even when you go into China, it's about the same. The lighter skinned China, because, of course, we consider them Asians, but the numbers are higher when you look at it as Asians, but really, if you truly separate it, there's more darker people in all of those countries than there are the lighter skinned people. But because of, you know, the worldwide, you know, the mind, you know, the image that they want impressed in people's minds is that these are the people that represent us.
There's a
And
significant number in Japan too. Go ahead.
now I know, I mean, it's worldwide. I mean, there's darker people, more darker people all over the planet than it, you know, the lighter. I mean, it's just that's just reality. But even though they, you know, the numbers are more, the representation has been stigmatized and made to where these are the people who represent us. Even though, like I said, I mean, when you did, like, there was angry people. I forget what country, exactly what country, Thailand or something like that. Thailand or what's maybe even Korea. I no, I dang, I I want to say it's like it's a PH. However, they were angry because they were like, you know, what the beauty contest, the world, you know, like the worldwide beauty contest is like. They were
Hmm.
angry because here they are, you know, they didn't want the dark skinned girl to win. She was the prettiest, you know, the like
Yeah.
the most talented, you know, all
Hmm.
these things, and they made, you know, they made sure she lost,
Hmm.
and like, I mean, it sent an uproar, you know, for a while, but of course, you know, the powers that be, you know, they don't care. They, you know, we're not gonna let this darky represent our country.
Yeah. So dumb. And so that's part of the power structure too, though, you know. And
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say, them creating the Western world. And then they have to keep it going. And that's part of what this military and does. That's the reason why I mentioned it. Because part of the job of the military industrial complex is to keep up this illusion or this vision or this, you know, certain type of system that they implemented a long time ago. But it's an unnatural system and it doesn't really work. So it has to be propped up with something. And that's what that's part of the job of the military.
Well, but that's, I mean, that's the, I mean, to me, and at least, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, in my opinion, I really feel like that's one of the reasons why they're gonna see such a hard downfall because, you know, they don't have enough balance in the way that they approach the world. You know, if there was even a tad bit more fairness, you know, they could actually uphold their system longer because, I mean, they're falling apart as we speak, and it's because of the ideals of, you know, they're going to pass it over to, you know, as they die out, they're going to pass it to somebody who's the next lightest group. And shoot, you can even look at it like that. Even Mexico got, man, so many dark people. Like our ancestors, our, like, people that are connected to us by blood, they speak Spanish, but they're really like us.
Yeah.
You know, these are Americans. These are dark skinned Americans that their ancestors were here along with ours years
And and
ago.
and that's what I be trying to get niggas to understand. This is the same thing with the Jamaicans and the Puerto Ricans
The
and the
Haitians and the
Haitians. Yeah.
all of, yeah. I mean, it's insane.
But they got us thinking that these are all different peoples. I mean, they do have different history, storylines, and you know, but these are pretty much the same people. They just ended up speaking different languages.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is. And then, you know, of course, we go into the
Most of those
tribalism
languages
ourselves.
are, and most of the yeah. So of course, with the tribalism, we can't forget. But and most of those languages are colonizer languages.
Well, I mean, through history, really, I wouldn't necessarily say. I mean, because I guess the way that some of them, inherited those languages, yeah, because there were, they had their own, type of language, but I mean, there's no language that the Caucasians created. These languages existed because I mean, if you follow, you know, etymology, like a lot of stuff came from Arabic, then into Latin, Greek. All this stuff was created by melanated people. These languages, and most of them spoke all of these different languages. I mean, you got to think. I mean, the black people ran Spain for 1,000 years. Close to it. Spain, for Al Andalus at the time, but I mean, you got to think about it. The Spanish, the French. I mean, a lot of these were majority, ran by black people.
And the other aspect of this that's important to acknowledge is also related to the people, like their way of life, because it's not just skin tone. It also has to do with like the kind of people who are like helping each other type of people. You know what I mean? Spreading the wealth type of people. You know what I mean? Because they want you to have a certain attitude of, individualism too. That has a lot to do with it. The creation of the West.
Well, that's a part of the system that they created. Like that's, all of that stuff was done purposely because, they want you to, because the tribalism was good to a certain extent, but then it becomes problematic at some points. But when, because I mean, as long as you're thinking of family and, friends, your culture, all these different things that brings in some camaraderie. But
Right.
then when you start thinking about, well, shoot, I got to get my bills paid, I got to get this,
Yeah.
all these different things, that's where people start to kind of separate themselves from even their own people.
Right. It's the I versus the we. And so, like I say, and then you can look at the history and you can look at the wars and the countries that, the military industrial complex be invading and fucking with all the time. And almost every time it's like the people are looking out for everybody evenly. So like, and it's usually the brown people, but it's not always racial. You know what I'm saying? Because
No.
if the darker skinned people and the lighter skinned people are all getting treated equally, that's a problem. And that's when they go in.
Expound on that, because
hold on. Alex say out right now, will the background noise be a problem? Just join and we'll see if the noise is bad or not. Sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't. What did I say? I said
well, as far as the the dark skinned people being treated the same way, because that's the
right.
part that kind of that's a problem. And I'm trying to understand more so what you mean by that, like if they're all
Well,
treated the same.
kind of like equal rights, like, you know what I'm saying? The way the West system is set up, that it needs to have a class system where it wants to have certain people to be marginalized, you know what I mean, in the community. So that's a part of the structure.
Like what they did in Africa. They they enlist, like they pretty much put certain people in power that would still, because of the classism, even though they're people that looked identical to them, they were willing to
subjugate them and take advantage of them and, basically manage them, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
How you feel, man?
I'm doing good, man. Like I said, I was hoping that this background music wouldn't be too loud, but I told you I wanted to be a part of this. What's happening, dog? What's happening?
Yeah, it sounds all right now.
I'm just now getting off work, man. I was
That's cool,
oh
man.
shit! I hear the echo. I'm hearing myself.
I don't know why. Maybe it's some settings that you have, because we're not getting the echo.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the echo either.
Okay, well let me see what's up because even by the time y'all was done talking, I was still able to hear myself.
And you were saying that last time. Do you have
Yeah,
earphones? Are you using earphones?
yeah, I am. I'm using, but they're Bluetooth.
Yeah, so maybe turn down the volume on. I don't know, bro. It's not playing no volume on your phone. Maybe it's picking up. I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to think of something, but I can't think of nothing. Anyway,
All right, let me see. Let me try to. I'm gonna try to cut off the mic and cut it back on.
All right.
Hello.
Doc says, I heard an older Indian woman, convenience store, not casino, talk about how she didn't want her daughter to marry a darky, even though he was Indian as well. Yeah, so I mean, that is true. So I guess your argument is against the power structure, but you're not arguing against it. You're arguing for it because what has happened is the colonization mindset is what they have infected people with. And so that's what has happened, and that's what they have spread around the world. That's the reason why Japan is lightening up, and other countries are lightening up.
Well, they're really. I mean, well, there are of course, it's getting to a point to where like they're using these creams and this and that or whatever. But one thing that you can't change is your genetics. So I mean, even though unless there's all marrying white guys or the lightest of in their area.
That's what they're doing. The lighter skinned ones. So the lighter skinned of wherever in any country are the ones that could get to make more babies because their family approves of them with them. That's how they lighten up over time. That's what I mean about Japan.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. A lot of times, and I don't know the numbers now or whatever. But to me, I feel like a lot of that is still psychological fornication, shall I say? Like they're fucking our minds with the images that we see on TV.
That's part of it, definitely. I was gonna say I saw something in my Spanish class. It was like a video they were showing, and it was showing people, Hispanic people, and they were like showing their clothes and stuff, and they were all light skinned. It was like really odd to me because like in the Hispanic community, they come in all colors.
Yeah.
My bad. I don't mean to cut nobody off, but can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yes. I went to Facebook, and on Facebook I'm not hearing no echo at all. And I'm having Whistler on Facebook. So if you ever see Heaven Whistler, that's me.
Okay.
All right, cool. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. Like I said, I want to be a part of the conversation, man. You know what I'm saying? I was getting off, and I came out and I linked up with Curtis. I said, man, we have a drink or two, but I seen the time. It's like, man, I got to give these guys a couple minutes, dog.
Well, I
appreciate y'all too.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I know Curtis gonna get you drunk, bro.
Man, he's done it before. He's done it goes on. I'm like, God, man. But it's happened before. But I want to make sure I got a couple
minutes. I still drink with Curtis sometimes, but I'm just gonna have me a couple drinks and bounce.
You gotta be careful. Yeah, I didn't know how long y'all was gonna be. I know last night we had to cut the conversation short a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It was getting later on in the day. Oh, how's y'all day go, by the way?
My day was good. I mean, it was cold as fuck. I had to walk to class, and the wind was whipping through my damn 2 jackets I had on. I don't like cold.
Hey, but at least you made the class, though. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look like this. Some people ain't taking classes. Some people ain't got no jobs and all that. So at Yeah, you had to go to the class. Hell, you made to go learn something. Do what you have to do. You know what I'm
Yeah. And I feel
Yeah,
good
saying?
about that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah, man. You know,
had a good day. I was trying to get a light fixed on my truck, and the people they couldn't get it, but they were trying to charge me $1,600 to fix a light.
for light.
A light on my truck.
I feel like brother, man. I do it for 40.
Uh, I look, believe me, I'll let you do it too.
No, I can't. Trust me. If I do it for 40, you got to pay somebody 4,000 to fix it.
No,
But
I give you 400. You know what I'm saying? Like if you could
you
actually
know,
fix it,
no. I'm incapable of doing it. I'm just saying,
I
I
mean,
can't really do it.
I mean, based on what they were trying to charge me, I would have gladly paid a fourth of that, and that would have been 10 times what you're saying now. So I mean,
At that restaurant?
but
Well, I'm glad y'all had good days, man. Like I said, at least decent days. You know what I'm saying? Like, my day was all right. Curtis' day was all right. Y'all like that's the whole point. Everybody's having good days, or at least productive days. Like sometimes a productive day ain't really a easy day. You know what I'm saying? You can be tired as hell, go through a lot of BS, but at the end of the day, if something happened that was productive, overall it's a good day. You know what I'm saying? So. If y'all have a productive day, that's what I should say. If you had a good day or a bad day, that's up to the interpretation. But if you had a productive day, that's what's up.
Yep. I agree with you,
well,
bro.
have you heard some of the things we were
Oh,
talking
shit,
about?
the freeze?
Yeah, we was talking about the military industrial complex.
Now I caught that when you talk about languages, but the military industrial complex. What do you mean? Like I said, I'm intuitive, but I'm not the smartest. I'm not the smartest. So when you say military industrial complex, what are you pertaining to? What do you mean?
Military industrial complex. It's basically how corporations and the government have merged to create this bloated budget that we spend on year after year, and the ends justify the means. The money we spent last year is the reason why we need that money this year. It's hard to explain. Related
Oh,
to
well, you gotta look like this. You gotta look like this. You got a lot of times the military and the government they contract out these things. The same way they give some of these schools grants to research something. You might have somebody who's trying to research stem cell technology so that they can help people who have cancer, help people who have certain diseases. So the government's going to fund that. But since the military is a part of the government, even though the government's funding that and that person's intentions are or good to say, hey, I want to help people out, the military is going to use that to weaponize it anyway. So that's something that's been going on for a long time. You know, a lot of schools get grants from the government to say, hey, man, we're going to fund your research. Now, somebody's funding that research because they're saying, hey, I want to help humanity. But the government's saying, hey, we want to fund that research so we can be a stronger force and so we can militarize it. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that's been going on. Unfortunately, a double-edged sword because the people who are doing it, once again, have good intentions for doing it. But unfortunately, I think even the people who are researching this information know that there's a possibility that it could be used to harm humanity instead of help. It'd be nice if some people said, "Hey, you know, I'm sure the people who are using this realize that there could be a negative effect." And sometimes you gotta think to yourself, "Hey, man, I know that." And I'm most of the times when I talk about things, I'm gonna go back to fire. That's gonna be my primary example. But for someone to say, "Hey, man, I know fire can be good to, you know what I'm saying, heat food and keep people warm," but if I know that the people funding this are going to use it to burn down villages, maybe I shouldn't be either accepting these funds or maybe I shouldn't be doing this with ties with corporations or with ties with this government doing that. So yeah, it is unfortunate, but yeah, it's something that happens repeatedly,
Well, well,
repeatedly.
well, you know, I think overall, like, I mean, it's in most cases we're probably not seeing where, you know, it's a a benefit on both sides, where just say like the military or government is allowing the government, giving grants in order for someone to actually do research, something to progress humanity. A lot of times it's a bunch of waste. Like they're doing things that does not add up in the whole, and it's just really just to be able to charge more or to ask for more every year, to at least
Well, that
get
is
what
doing
they got.
something. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry about that, but it is doing something. Like, even though someone may be researching it, you may think, oh, there's no reason for this. There's no purpose to be researching this. The simple fact that the people funding this research and saying, hey, we are doing that, that in turn is something because they are using it for that. So once again, that's the goal that they have. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, but most of the money is probably going to administration and like you said earlier, private contractors. And not private contractors that's doing research, private contractors who are, I don't know, driving the truck. Doc says they also lose any budget funding they do not use the next year.
Yes.
So they make sure they use it all. Then they get the same or more next year. That's exactly what I was saying.
And that's the part that I was saying, because I was like, the example that you gave about these different experiments and stuff. That's I look at that as being a plus, but the majority of that money is not going to projects like that. Is most of it is going to waste, and I mean, even if we look at like
losing.
What's that?
You're there still.
See, every time I try to do something positive.
We can hear you, bro.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, well, yeah, like most of it is not, going to, things that we as the people would see as, positive or a potential for growth. A lot of it is just things that they're wasting where, let's just say, we got military guys that's, like you said, that maybe the trucks that they're driving, or they'll make a lease on different vehicles that's for the top rankers that just doesn't, what I'm saying, they'll make stupid deals just to be able to spend that money where it doesn't it's not really beneficial to the true military complex. I don't know. I think it's just too much waste. They,
It's just
those
a big
funds.
fat. It's a big fat blob. Well, let me play Mitch. I don't know if you heard Mitch McConnell. Did you hear Mitch McConnell's comments yet? Let me play it. It done went viral.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John L. Lewis Voting Rights Act, they're not going to be able to vote in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
As a what?
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John L. Lewis Voting Rights Act, they're not going to be able to vote in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
What's your message
Wow.
who are concerned that without the John L. Lewis Voting Rights
And
Act, they're
but
not going
hey,
to vote in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
so that should tell people how they actually see, like, I mean, because we're not Americans to them, and that whole getting your stuff corrected, getting your your status corrected really does make a difference overall. I mean, I'm an American national based on my paperwork. I'm not an African American. So the status, like the way that they see it truly in law, like that's a totally different group of people. You're not even, you're not just, an American. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. I mean, hey, I know a lot of people will still see it in different ways, but that his comment just listening to his comment, just for me, it's like, okay, should I call him racist? You know what I'm
Is it
saying?
fair
Like,
to call?
because I mean, everybody here in America that born in America supposed to really just be Americans. You know what I'm saying? But he's still the separating people. These identity type politics, I guess you can call it. Um, it's still separating people. We're not, just voting Americans. Now, the African Americans, which is really not a people, truly, you're a subclass citizen. And then the Americans, I mean, those are human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically human and non-human. Deuce, what's up?
Oh man, ain't not much. What's going on? What's going on with y'all?
There he is. There he is.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing good, man. How about yourself?
Oh man, pretty good. Trying to stay warm.
Yeah, man, I'm cold as fuck. Where you at?
I just made it back down here. Now we turning around, leaving, headed up to Terrell, Texas.
Oh, okay. It's 36 degrees where I'm at.
Yeah, it's the last run of the week for me and my co-driver. But we go on our off day, so yeah, we trying to make it happen.
That's what's up, man.
65 over here in Florida.
Oh man, that's what's up. That's lovely weather right there.
For real.
Did you hear what we was talking about with Mitch McConnell? Doc says, was Schiff's statement a gaffe or a fraudulent slip, or what he really thinks? I know there was absolutely no doubt when Biden said, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black.
Yeah. I mean, that's a part of that same, like, you could chalk those up into, the same kind of statements. Because, we're definitely, I say we, like as a whole, I'm still a part of the people, regardless of what my paper, how I'm identified legally. But, they look at black people as a totally different thing. And I say thing, purposely because, we're not just the average voters. We're not just average everyday people. We're a certain type, and I guess to a certain extent they have a reason to be able to say that is because the majority vote blindly. Like, we're not, saying, like, we don't vote like everybody else. I mean, there's Republicans that vote Democrats sometimes because that's the better choice. We got, Democrats that vote Republican sometimes because that's the better choice. But for the most part, when it comes down to the majority of black people, by us voting Democrat just because that's how I always vote, that's a.
And I wish we could teach black folks that the Democrats was on the other side not that damn long ago.
Well, I mean, my thing is based on the policies. Like, that's the thing. That's the main important ingredient there is, what are, the people that you're voting for, what are they doing for you? Like, I mean, what are you going to actually benefit overall voting for this person? And that right there becomes like a clog in the system, because it's like, why are you asking me all these damn questions? Like, no, that's the really important thing about voting, is being able to get the resources that you need for your community, for the people that, like, how they're going to serve people that look like you. Because I mean, they're, like the Asians, they get together, they get, like, everybody has their things that they vote for and they want to get done. You know, the Latinos, they do the same thing. You know, really, I mean, all the other foreigners, or you could say that all of the real foreigners of this country have their, you know, voting blocks where they vote and to get what, you know, is beneficial for them. But then when it comes to black people or African Americans, whatever you want to call, you know, call us this week, um, you know, that's not, you know, the majority, because there's a great deal of us that do see the importance, but then there's others that's just kind of like, well, my grandma won't vote this way and mama voted this way and uncle
Yep.
such and such, and you know, like it's a traditional thing. It's like, no, this shit changes, is ever changing. Like we're always,
That's why they need to learn history, because the Democrats was the ones on the side of the damn slaves.
well, they would, they,
mass owners and shit. Not then. That
well,
really wasn't that long ago. Wait,
well, I
let me
mean,
ask Deuce. Did you hear
the
that Mitch
KKK.
McConnell? Go ahead. What you was gonna say about KKK?
Well, the Democratic Party was started by the KKK.
Yeah. Deuce, did you hear the Mitch McConnell comments?
Nuh-uh.
Let me play it.
As Americans.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, they're not going to get involved in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
What's your message for voters of color who are concerned that without the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, they're not going to get involved in the midterm?
Well, the concern is misplaced because if you look at the statistics, African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
African American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans.
A purposeful separation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as like they're saying that we're different, like we're foreigners or some shit.
Yeah, we're not Americans. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's well, I think if you go back to, I feel like we are Americans. I feel like we shouldn't have to put African in front of it. I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of our people were brought here against their will, you know, and just like, you know, what's his name, Umar was saying that this country was built off the backs of blacks. You know what I'm saying? So to say that we are different from Americans is pretty much a slap in the face. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I've been, you know, trying to get people to understand. Go ahead, my bad.
Well, no, I was just gonna ask. I mean, because I mean, at some point, you know, like I mean, a lot of us do realize you can't be both. I've heard you say that before. You can't be both African and American. So, you know, we have to decide: are we Africans or are we Americans?
Yeah, I knew he was gonna say that. And you know, the thing is, what I was saying in one of my papers is that from the European perspective, they like to lump everybody together all the time. And so, like, we know that it was people here before slavery. And you know, we also know there was free blacks throughout the time of slavery. So there was different groups of people who were dark-skinned during the times of slavery, before slavery and after slavery. So what I'm saying is they like to lump everybody in together. You know what I'm saying? In some kind of whatever name that they want to come up with.
Well, I mean, we have to, you know, at some point, you know, use all of our tools to realize the truth. And scientifically, all of the stuff that they're saying, you know, because at one point it was 5 million, then it went to 10 million, 15 and 20 million of how many people they transported. And during that time, it was just not possible for them to do that. And I mean, the only group of people that during the periods in which they're talking about where a bunch of people came here was, you know, the transatlantic, if you want to say slave trade, is when the Europeans were coming from across the Atlantic to here. So it's more so the Europeans, regardless of what color they were, because it was a mixture of colors. And, all of those people came here status wise as black, regardless of your skin color. They like white Irishmen and black Irishmen. When they came here, they were considered black. So, that's the Italians when they came here, whether they were light skinned Italians or dark skinned Italians, they came here as black people. So,
And the other part of this is how the baggage, the ships definitely was carrying cargo back and forth. Let me play this TikTok, y'all. This is kind of on the subject.
I'm glad.
I don't care. Yeah.
Good.
Hold on, I saw this earlier. Check it out.
You guys, I've been in this store looking, and this lady just came and checked my pockets. There's obviously nothing in them. She didn't come up to any other person. Only black person in the store, and you decided to check. And you decided to check my pocket. I'm the only black person, and you dug your hands in my pocket.
I'm Asian.
You're Asian. You're not black.
I know.
You sat here and looked at me and went over there and dug your hand in my pocket. You don't care? Good. I'm glad.
I don't care. Yeah.
Good. Good. And you guys see her touch my pocket? You guys, I've been in this store looking, and this lady just came and checked my pockets. There's obviously nothing in them. She didn't come up to any other person. Only black person in the store, and you decided to check. And you decided to check my pocket. I'm the only black person, and you dug your hands in my pocket.
I'm Asian.
You're Asian. You're not black.
I know.
You sat here and looked at me and went over there and dug your hand in my pocket. You don't care? Good. I'm glad.
I don't care. Yeah.
Good. Good. And you guys see her touch my pocket?
What do y'all think about that?
Well, I think the direction in which people talk about Asian hate, should be somewhat reversed, because it's not black people that have Asian hate. It's just the Asian hate. Asians hate black people more than we hate them. Like, we're more accepting really of any type of people than the other cultures that come in and come into our country, but they stigmatize us and judge us before there's any real reason to judge it, and judge us negatively, because all of us judge, that's inherent. But a lot of this stuff, man, like I don't get it. And us as a people, I'm not saying like just to go ham on these people, but at the same time, it's just like we accept too much of the bullshit. That
Yeah.
for whatever reason, they're saying, like, that pisses me off, because it's like, wait a minute. So, and then I guess with the ladies, it's like they're the only black people in the store, and they just so happen to be the only people that they're checking their pockets.
Yeah. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, a resource to be exploited. That was like 10 minutes ago. Oh, my bad. This one is, I feel like he meant to say as other American voters, but it's old and has that Biden memory kicking in.
Well, don't you can't try to speak for the man. He said what he said, Doc.
Yeah, okay, let me read this one. I remember when it meant something to be Irish American, Italian American, German Americans. Now we're just called white people.
At one point, because the main reason for that is that they were stealing a status of people that were already here. Because but a lot of people don't realize that the whole white black thing has nothing to do with skin color. But at one point, that's what they made it about, to be able to, designate certain people based on, what I guess would be closely identified as their skin tone. But the white just meant the purebloods of that
status.
Yeah, it's a there was a status, but it was more so of the cloth that uh these people wore. The higher class people, the people who didn't work, they wore the white cloth. So that was the higher status of that country. And a lot of times, in most cases, it was black people who were identified as white people. And even if you go back into the the census back into like the 1700s, which those are somewhat rare, the black people who lived here were considered white. So like you'll still see like the census full of white people even before the Europeans, the different forms of Europeans that came here. So we really have to put a lot of this stuff in context based on the time periods in which we know for sure what people were here during certain times to really identify who they were. But that's like a definite thing that I know confuses a bunch of people who aren't really studied on the history, especially American history. But it's not just an American thing; it's an international thing. This has been going on forever. I mean, the caste system has been, you know, somewhat like the caste or class, because that's what it was mostly based on. It was dark skin, light skin, whether it was white, black, or in between, based on your family lineage, probably more so the rich to the poor that was able to hold these certain titles. But now they have it based on just skin color, and like even into the 1900s, a bunch of the Italians, the Irish, Germans, or whatever were considered black people until they were trying to build up their numbers as a group to where it didn't matter whether they were, Germans, Italians, or, from Finland or from, Russia or whatever, you were able to fall under the category of white, so, and that's into the 1920s, and it's like this is still like new stuff. You know what I'm saying? Based on how long all these things have been going on, because it's an ancient principle.
Yeah.
Yep. And
First
I
of
think a lot
all,
of people just
that
don't
shit.
realize that. Go ahead.
And I was just saying, I don't know how she got the girl clothes. But first of all, you wouldn't have been able to just walk up on me and go on my pocket. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's a part where I'm, like we accept. That's where my point was with the accepting certain shit. Like you come, somebody, just anybody, I don't care who you are, whether you the manager, whatever. You just come walking up and looking in my shit. I'm about to look. I don't know what I might do. I'm like, what the fuck is, you know what I'm saying? Like you just sitting there, just like letting people go through your pockets or your purse, or your stuff. You just, just because they choose, that's what they want to do. No, what I'm saying, you need to explain to me why you think it's a good idea, and if I allow you to do so just to prove my point and to move on with my day, maybe I will, because that's actually, I might say, well, you know what, to hell with your store, and I'll go somewhere else, or I just won't have what it is I'm looking for today.
Yeah. Yeah. I think how we spend our money is a big part of we can talk about that because that's a thing. So not spending your money with people that that don't fuck with you, bro. If they don't fuck with you, don't fuck with them. It's all good.
That's an easy concept, but for some people, and for whatever reason, we see it more so with black women, where especially we go into these, because I mean, that the hair is king, that these beauty products like is king to a lot of these women, so they will suffer you know certain circumstances just so that they can have the ability to get this crap for their hair. I say crap because I mean, I understand they're doing it for their own self, for them to, feel beautiful or this, that, and the other. That's the easiest and quickest way, or maybe even the cheapest way for them to get those products. But I mean, do you have to, you know, lose your own, dignity to deal with these circumstances? I No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's fucked up, bro.
Um,
Like,
but
but
they've been demoralized for so long. Go ahead.
and the thing about it is, these Asian, Chinese, whoever, mainly it's Chinese, I guess, that own those places. They put those damn stores in neighborhoods that aren't so well to do. They put these stores, in black communities. You accept our money, but you don't trust us. You don't allow. You know what I'm saying? Like, they literally follow you around, bro. Like, I never forget, I had to stop at the beauty supply for my wife to grab some product or something that she wanted, which she don't go to the beauty supply no more. She orders all her shit from a company called, it's a black owned company called Daddy Butter, and it's all natural shit for black people hair. But anyway, this guy literally followed me around, man, and I had my son with me. He was probably about 2 years old at the time, and he had this weird obsession, kind of like with hairbrushes. And I didn't realize it because I'm looking for this product. He had picked up a hairbrush, and I didn't realize he had a little hairbrush. We get up to the counter, I'm paying. The old Chinese dude, he goes over to my son, and he's trying to. I hear a commotion. I turn around. He's trying to snatch the brush out of my son's hand. My son holding on to it like, no, dude, I went off on him, bro. Like, nigga, I'm going to jail today. Say, bro, don't touch my fucking child. The brush. I'm like, this old 99-cent ass brush. I mean, I got real disrespectful. I literally threw it at him. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, you touch my child, man. And from that day forward, bro, I'm like, I'm not going to these beauty supply stores. Like, I told my wife, I'm like, you need to find another way to get beauty products for your hair, whatever it is. Like, real talk. Because I ain't going to that no more.
Yeah. Hey, I saw something that you were scrolling through the Candace Owens, Stephen A. Smith. What was that about? Chaka? Can't hear
My
you,
bad.
Chaka.
My
Oh, there
bad.
you
My
go.
bad.
There you go.
It muted me. My mic had kicked out. It's says Candace Owens. Hold on. Fuck, I'm doing this. Candace Owens ripped Stephen A. Smith for saying COVID vaccine saved his life. I guess there's a video of that. There's the link in his bio. Yeah. COVID information. Definitely don't want to go there. Now I'm lost. I don't know where the fuck I'm at now.
That's fine. I'll look it up.
Stephen A.
Go ahead.
Stephen A. Smith said what?
He said
Something
that
about. Go ahead.
no, I was not. Based on what Candace Owens saying that they saying that she ripped him for saying that the COVID vaccine saved his life, and a lot of times I'd rather not speak on it because at this point nobody knows the pros or the cons for it, but more likely than not that it's not, that's probably not what saved him or helped him, and if he even really took it. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't trust none of them.
Yeah. It's pretty kind of pointless. I mean, I think they just been dragging this shit out forever, trying to make that a topic. Like, a lot of us is so over COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I saw something earlier today about some I don't know if it's a famous singer, but it says some singer purposely got COVID and died from it. It's like,
What
okay,
the
so
fuck?
who is it? They didn't name anybody. So it's just like, I mean, because and that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of people, famous people that's died that they don't want to say that within days of them taking the shot, that's what then when they died. People that were, because like DMX is one of those people. Hank Aaron was one of those people. Um, you know, I mean, these are two, two definitely big names that, healthy people for the most part that, they say it was a heart issue, but that's like one of the symptoms that they said that potentially, will happen to you after taking the shot. Like that's like one of the
Those blood
Bears.
clots.
Yeah, the Bears reporting system that only 1% of doctors or even people are even reporting to. So I mean, when you see they're saying it's between 1 to 10%. So they're saying like even if it's up to 10%, if it's like 1% and it could be up to like 10%, the 800,000 reports would change from that 800,000 to 8 million people that is being harmed by it. But they're not, nobody's really reporting all of it. They're explain you know explaining, making up reasons why, other reasons why, people are having these effects that instead of saying it had something to do with the vaccine.
Let me read this comment right here. I like this a lot. It says, "You saw no form when Yah spoke from the heart of the fire at Mount Sinai. So be careful to not give him form or make idols out of man or woman. That is corrupting you." And so this is supposed to be from Deuteronomy. So let me read it again. It says, "You saw no form," and then they got in parentheses, "He's invisible, when Yah spoke from the heart of the fire at Mount Sinai. So be careful to not give him form or make idols out of man." And then they put Jesus or woman, Mary. That is a corrupting thing to do. I think this is important to the subject because the idea of like white Jesus related to colonization and Western civilization.
Yeah. That psychologically has ruined a lot of the real, the perceptions, because I mean, I think symbolism is important to a certain extent, to where it can help, because if you have it in the mindset that it's just symbolism, it's that's a safer way to look at certain things and learn from the point that it's trying to make, instead of actually identifying the whole, the idealism of that person, as because instead of seeing yourself as a Christ-like figure, you only see the image that was presented to you as that, instead of your own, seeking out your own potential, which.
And I'm really sensitive to this particular subject because I grew up Muslim and Christian, and one of the really dynamic differences between Islam and Christianity that I noticed was, in Islam, you're not supposed to have no images. It says that somewhere in the Quran, and they follow that shit strictly as fuck. So when you go inside the mosque, there's never gonna be, because you go inside of a church, you'll see images of like people or pieces of people or their faces and stuff. You go in the mosque, you'll never see an image of a person. It's gonna be like the writing on the wall. You might see Quran verses, and just like the little script, certain that really beautiful writing that they have, the way they do like art and shit. So there's no
Yeah.
images of people, and I think that's really important because when people start getting into religion, they start getting twisted when they start getting these images. These images get you all messed up in your head. You know, you start missing the message.
Yeah. Something I learned. I think it was yesterday. The word. These two words, vulgar and exegesis. Exegesis, Exegesis, I believe it was, and vulgar. And the vulgar is pretty much where you are, making up your version, giving, like taking scripture and making up what you want it to mean. You know what I'm saying? Um, or is it exo, exo? No, wait a minute. Hold on. I might be getting it mixed up, but a lot of that a lot of that plays a part because you get separated from really, like the images, the idols, like all these different things that we put above what we're actually supposed to be learning from the Bible. And we allow people, instead of to keep our study going and putting the precepts in the proper place to really understand what we should be learning from the Bible or even the Quran, whichever one, we're allowing fraudulent, like people saying what they want to say certain things mean, instead of continuing our study to truly understand what these things really meant. I wish if I was on the computer, I could use my phone to pull up those definitions, but it was really interesting, how they explained that, because it would shoot you well, now you I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not that big of a deal, but that just kind of rung a bell when you start talking about the idols and stuff.
Because they did a whole flip the script on that shit where they said that the pagans were the ones that were idol worshippers. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't really understand. A lot of times the symbols represented stuff in this, like maybe the sun, the moon, maybe the symbol represented nature, or you know what I mean? These people would use these particular whatever that someone that you could call an idol, but really it was a symbol representing something in the stars. You know what I mean? Uh, uh, you know, the Milky Way or whatever, like the constellations. And they took it as they didn't understand it, so they thought they were idol worshiping, but really they were worshiping nature. But they were using
Yes.
these symbols to represent certain different dimensions of nature, because nature is complex. You can't just put it all into one box. So the way that it worked was different dimensions of nature, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And
Yeah.
all the religions really have that in it. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, every religion is based off of universal principles, but they try to make it, centralize it, where they only want to, attribute it to one entity, where the pagans really were doing the same thing. There's the whole. They look at, the whole universe as, I guess pretty much like what they identify God to be, but then there were different parts of the universe that they gave special praises to, because the sun did different things for you. The moon did different things for you. The rain did certain things for you, like the You know,
and even destruction does certain things for you. So that's what people don't understand, and that's where you get lost in the good and the bad. You know what I mean? And that's where the modern religions teach you this moral compass of good and bad. So like you immediately know what's good and bad, what's acceptable and what's not acceptable immediately, because that's what you taught your whole life. That's the main thing they focus on, instead of trying to understand the polarities of the universe as a whole, where, you know, we have, you know, depending on your perspective, something can be good or bad. So you can't really just call it good or bad.
Yeah.
You don't even have the perspective to make that, you know, to come up with that solution.
Different situations can make the same thing that you see as good today as something bad tomorrow, because, you know, I mean, just like, you know, the example Alex was given earlier, the fire, you know, fire can be good or bad. Water can be good or bad, just depending on, because I mean, you get a cup of water that can replenish your body. You know, you get, you know, a tidal wave of water can freaking kill you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of it is going to be based on perspective, and just to, you know, single out these different things and just say all overall, okay, this thing is bad. Well, everybody's not going to agree, because they can see where it benefited them in one situation, and then, you know, vice versa, you know. But
it's like if you're looking at the cheetah's perspective, or if you're looking at the lion's perspective, the cheetah getting ate, and not and now the I mean, the cheetah making the kill and getting to eat, and his cubs living, or the you know, the it gets away, and he gets to go home and feed his kids. So like, either way, you know what I mean, which way is good, which way is bad. Let me play this little clip right here of Palestine, because I always like to bring attention to this.
بسبب لون
But
البشرة.
this is related to our topic too.
بعد ما كنت في نقطة التفتيش
I was at a
وضربتني
checkpoint. The officer
الضابط،
beat me.
انتقلت في السيارة. في
I was
السيارة
moved to the
عانيت
car.
من عدة
In
ألفاظ
the car, I
عنصرية
suffered.
زي عبدة، لونك ولون
You have the same
واحد،
color of,
واشياء كتير
and so
بشعة
many
بسبب
ugly
لون
words.
البشرة. يعني
Because of the
تعرضت
color of my
لألفاظ
skin, I was
عنصرية من
called
قبل أحد اللي
racist words.
نقلوني، وهو ضابط من ضباط الاحتلال
Because of
بسبب
my
لون
skin
البشرة.
color.
بعد ما كنت في نقطة التفتيش وضربتني
Basically, it says this is how Israel treats Afro-Palestinians. Somebody jumped in. Anyways, I thought it was going to have the translation in there, but it didn't. How Palestinians are treated over there. It's the thing is, I like to bring up Israel all the time, is because if you look at what's happening in Israel right now, you can see a baby United States, and the exact same thing happening.
yeah, I mean, it's the same power structure.
And how horrific we look at the history of what happened to the native peoples of the Americas. In the future, we're going to look back and look and say the same thing about the Palestinians, but this is happening in real time.
Well, of our lifetime, we're actually able to see the same things, the same type of genocide that happened, you know, a couple of 100 years ago. Here, you know, what happened here, you know, we're able to see it from afar in other countries. So I mean, and it's just that it is
it's the exact same process, everything. Yes, it's a genocide, and it happens gradually over time. That's what people don't really understand. It takes you a
There's
long
nothing new.
time to
There's
kill
nothing new under the sun.
it take you a long time to kill like 100 million people and shit like that. You have to do that shit over time.
Yeah, without it being some huge disruption or having people really see where the big problem is. I mean, there's some of us who sees it as a problem from the beginning, and then there's those that's just kind of like, they just I'd have to say just honestly don't care enough about people in another place to where they can relate to their their problems that they're going on, the things that they're seeing. But it's the same kind of colonial process that they've been following, the playbook that they've been following for centuries. Some places it works better than others because they set up forces. Because we go back to 1945 when they created the state of Israel, and then from 1945 to now, maybe more so in the 80s, once they were more established, is when you start really seeing or hearing about them trying to encroach on these lands, and it's just been progressive ever since.
Yeah. And I think if people want to understand what happened in the Americas, all you got to do is look at what's happening in Israel right now today.
Yep.
And you'll see it.
And I will say, if this rain keeps up and this temperature keeps dropping, there's going to be some ice skating around Houston in the morning.
Yeah, man. Be careful, bro. It's raining right now?
Yep. I'm on the Hardy Toll. It's been raining.
Man, I'm glad I'm not out there in that shit, bro. I was in that shit earlier today, and I was like, this shit fucking sucks.
Yeah.
It says Bronx DA tossing 133 more cases tied to ex-NYPD detective accused of framing innocent people. Damn. Bitch ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga.
Well, when we talk about the military industrial complex, I think that because we have to look at it on an international level, but also we have to look at it on a domestic level, because that's pretty much what they're doing with the police. Is the same principles involved there, and allowing certain things to happen. Regardless of how it's happening or where it's happening, is still a problem. But we got to call a spade a spade. It's the same thing that they're doing with our police force. They call it police, but it's really a domestic military.
Yep, and it's looking more and more like it too, and their budgets are getting bigger and bigger. They getting tanks and shit. What the hell they?
I think they're giving them that type of stuff. They're saying that if something ever breaks out, the military would be the first, not the military, but the police would be the first to respond. So they need to have weaponry like that. Like, yeah.
Nah, that shit is just a big part of their budget that, just like we talking about the military, it costs us. So now it's an excuse for more money. We got to maintain the tank, bro. We got to maintain these helicopters and shit. And the outfits, the gear, the gloves, and the masks, and that's what I wanted to talk about earlier when Alex was on, because I think a lot of people don't understand how it works, And so like the gear, right? So you know that one of the things we manufacture here in the United States is shit like vests, you know, military
Like
gear.
the bulletproof vest.
Yeah. All of the small gear, all the small military gear, most of that shit is produced here.
Tasers.
And so like they need somewhere to sell that shit. And you know, they also get into the government and make reasons to so they can make more fucking money, bro. It's real fucking simple. Raytheon, what's the name of these countries? You can name them. Halliburton, Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin, yeah. Now, the second one is not one. They that's a contractor, like a primary contractor, but the first and the third are definitely people who create a lot of these military weapons. Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, I know those. I've picked up at those places many times.
So yeah, so they are making money off of these. They sell these stuff all over the world and everywhere, and then you know, then they come back and be like, well, shit, we want to expand the market some more. Fuck it, let's sell some of this shit to our fucking police departments.
Well, yeah, and yeah, we can automatically fund it. You don't have to worry about, you know, because that's the thing, like
government contract.
Look, if you really think about it, because like it's getting to the point where like they're having all of these no bid contracts or deals. I mean, it's brought to my attention with the pandemic, but if you really think about it, like there were companies that didn't even have to bid to get the contracts to create the medicines for us to be, you know, taken en masse. It was automatically set in stone. Like it was these three main companies that they pretty much enlisted or designated the funds to for quote unquote the I can't use the word cure, but you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're
Like,
saying. That how could you possibly get a fucking sweeter fucking deal? And how could your business plan? How could you have a better fucking business plan? You know, you guaranteed success. Like it doesn't fucking matter at all. Like, you know what I'm
Can I
saying?
ask y'all a question real quick? One of the things that I find, and it may just be because, you know, I've never done the research on it. Where in the fuck do they come up with the names for these viruses and these different infections? Where do these names come from? COVID-19, influenza. You know, where do they get the names from for this shit?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about, but
I'm just saying, like the different viruses that we deal with in our society, you know, as human beings.
depending on the family and the type of disease it is, that's part of how it gets its names. But you know, people
well,
just
a lot of times it's what they call it, the when it's multiple words and they break it down, those multiple words into one word.
it all means stuff. You know, it's families of diseases and stuff like that. So like sometimes it is random, but because somebody maybe discover if it's a new thing, then they can kind of give it like whatever name, you know. So I mean that's
Yeah, like some diseases, because it was discovered by somebody.
Yeah, they'll give it the name of that person, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe somebody who was infected by it that was,
Yeah.
you know, some. I mean, it's different. It's different reasons. But why
Yeah.
can't I think of what was it called when you have you know, like I was saying, bears. It's the vaccine that bursts something. Blah blah blah. That's a shit. Ramon is
I
tripping
don't know
on
what
me
you're
right
saying.
now.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying,
When
but
you when you make one word out of you know, like multiple words, like I was just giving the example, bears. Bears is broken down to bears, but it really stands for vaccine adverse
right. And
something.
COVID-19 wasn't really the official name of it anyways. And it was a part of it
It's,
was a SARS it's a SARS
uh,
type of disease and
and they started off calling it corona. So
so
maybe it's corona obscure blah. I don't know.
I
I
could pull
mean,
it up. I studied that in my class last semester, but I mean it you know, those names don't really I mean, you know, matter that much if you will. You know what I'm saying? I don't,
yeah.
you know.
Some people say the 19 came from because it came in 2019, but that's not true either because they have
No, it had to do
a
with the
COVID.
number of SARS variants that they had previously discovered or whatever that shit. So that's how it ended up having that number 19.
Well, some people say that it was supposed to be the alpha and the omega. So it's a lot of different theories behind it. But you know, I've heard many different things, so it's really hard to say what it really means
Yeah,
until
those
we really do
names.
the research.
Yeah, I don't think those names matter that much. You can see what's happening. You can see what it's done. You know what I mean? The results of the shit. I was supposed to talk about quantity versus quality and Native Americans during the Civil War. And I haven't covered that yet. So hold on.
Hey, Pat, send a little bit of that weather this way, man. I done ran out of the rain and sleep. Now I got ice pellets hitting my windshield.
Bro, be careful. Be careful, man.
It's
Yeah,
melting right now.
you run around in Texas, man. That could be dangerous. Don't be in no rush.
Oh yeah, I'm taking my time.
Yep, I just saw a video of some cars that hit some black ice on the freeway. Big ass pileup.
About the meaning of life and every Thursday about this time to talk to you about, you know, the quality of wisdom that'll help you not squander life. And today it's going to be about the meaning of life and COVID and what the two have to do to each other. Because here's the deal: if you don't actually, it's usually considered presumptuous to talk about the meaning of life. Who are you to tell me about the meaning of life? Well, if you don't talk about the meaning of life, then what happens in these times of woe and want, when life itself is at stake, then the concern for life goes unregulated and screws up everything else, right? And then you start hearing things like, well, you know, if one citizen dies, if one person dies because of COVID, we've screwed up, we've done it wrong, so we have to shut down all of the institutions that could put anyone at increased risk. And you can't fight that because you haven't actually worked out what the meaning of life is relative to everything else and the meaning of everything else, right? So what is, and look, and if you don't understand the quality and meaning of things, you end up leaning on quantity, right? So you start talking about like, well, 10,000 cases, that'll be the number, one death. And it becomes an issue of moral calculus. Because if you don't know how to talk about meaning, you start talking about quantity. This is why people who don't know what things mean always talk about their price. So be very suspicious of people who always talk about how much things cost, whether it's got a good deal because it's cheap or it's too expensive, because they don't know how to actually evaluate its meaning. They could only evaluate how much money it costs. So people who don't know how to talk about quality talk about quantity. And in terms of something like life, they'll tell you that, the best life is the longest one. Because obviously, if everything's about quantity, then the person who lived 100 did life better than the person who lived to 39 or 40. Now, mind you, Jesus and Martin Luther King didn't make it out of their 30s, but obviously to the person who only cares about quantity, they screwed up life relative to someone like Barbara Walters, who was born the same year as Martin Luther King and is still alive. So obviously Barbara Walters did life better than Martin Luther King.
All right. What y'all think? Quantity versus quality. Let me read the comments. Native Americans, just like every other civilization, relied on respecting nature and life. And it wasn't until civilization we have people stop respecting how nature corresponds with life. Price and worth are two totally different things.
Yeah,
I agree.
I lean more to quality. Of course, I like a good balance between the both, but I think, I would definitely say that the quality of life is gonna, outweigh the quantity. Because I mean, if we had the ability to live 1,000 years, and I'm even past 100, I'm worthless. I got 900 years of just sitting around having people wipe my ass. Where's the and that's just a scenario. I mean, of course, if you can live 900 years to 1,000 years the same way I lived in my 20s, that might be something to consider as well. But that still could consider to be quality as well. But
And it's one of those conversations I tend to have with my kids all the time. I really want them to understand the difference between quality and quantity, because the way the world is set up, you get confused. You get confused with the TV, the commercials, the ads. You know what I mean? The memes going down your timeline. You kind of get lost in perspective in what's quality, and what's quantity.
Well, yeah, because I mean, just as simple as a loaf of bread, to me, it's like there's a certain bread that I like that's like might be about over $3 or whatever. It's like, why not just get this one for $1.50 or this it's like, well, I mean, it's okay, bread, it's bread, but it don't taste like this one. You know what I'm saying? So I'm willing to pay more for the one I like. The one that has, it's fluffy, it's you know what I'm saying?
It has quality.
It's more enjoyable. Yeah, it's a higher quality of, make, because the name doesn't really matter. It's just more so it's better. Like in my opinion, it's better. So you know what I'm saying? Where, there are people who just like, okay, yeah, I got to get some bread. Oh, damn. Like they're penny pinching at every moment, which I get. I mean, I know everybody doesn't really see it the same way, but I would definitely, prefer, if I can only afford the $1.50, bread,
exactly,
I'm gonna get it. But
exactly. But and then you think about your life and you think about what's important, because I talk about food all the time with my daughter. What is important? Like what's up, bro? What you putting in your body? What you putting in your body is very important. So you want to put that high on the list when you're thinking about the stuff that you're paying for. Spending money on food is a good thing to spend money on.
What Pat is saying, when I think about bread, like I know this may be a weird analogy, but I compare bread to bullets.
I'm on the chat right now.
You don't want bread that ripped because you tried to spread mayonnaise and mustard on it, and I don't want toilet tissue that ripped. So I'm gonna pay more for the Cottonelle Ultra Strong, Ultra Plus tissue. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just me. Like, bro, like I'm not I don't want to go with the cheap stuff. To me, I hear people say, "Man, why you buying Cottonelle and Charmin when you can get Angel Sauce?" Because I think Angel Sauce rips too easy, you know. So that's just
And
Hey,
people,
fellas. Oh,
it's
I'm
a
sorry.
it's a poor mentality. It's a poor way of thinking. The all the people that I've been with, like my mates or whatever, like exes or whatever, it's always been a thing. A lot of them don't understand why I spend money on stuff like that. You know what I
I
mean?
support.
Candles and stuff like that. And then,
Oh,
they're
I'm
like,
on I'm on Shaka's page right now. If you don't
or
mind giving me.
socks. Let's talk about socks. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? I spend money on my socks. I don't get cheap socks. But then my
Alex,
ex,
can you mute? I'm sorry, Alex, can you mute for a
oh,
bit?
my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me step outside. I will move. I was trying to jump in so bad. I'm sorry, Chaka. I swear to God, I ain't mean to cut you off.
it's
But
all
when
good.
you talking about quality and quantity, I gotta say this. I remember this something my father once told me. He said value and quality are two different things. He said if I buy a car and that car costs me $1,000, to anybody else that might seem like that car is only worth $1,000. But
It's
to
cheaper.
me, if that car takes me back and forth to work, it takes me back and forth to my family. That car takes me back and forth to buying groceries and paying my bills, things like that. He's like, yeah, the value of that car might be $1,000, but the value to you is worth way more than that because to anybody else, this car is only worth $1,000, but to you, it's this is how I get to work. This is how I pay my bills. This is how I feed my kid. Like this car means so much more. So it's different based on what it is. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I had to jump in and say that like when something is valued out, it is not is I can't remember the exact word he said to me, but when something is valued at is not what it's worth. Oh, value and worth is that what y'all was talking about?
Or
Value
quality.
and worth are two totally different things. Value and worth, because the value of this car might be $1,000, but what it's worth to me is my job. What's worth to me is my interaction with my family. What's worth to me is getting groceries. So the value might be $1,000, but to me, it's worth so much more. So I had to jump in and say that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but value and worth are two words that get intertwined a whole lot, but they have two totally different meanings. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about perspective, it's a little bit different than what we're saying because we're talking about quantity versus quality. Um, it's a little bit different. Like you still kind of there, but what I'm saying is this it's a little bit different. Um, you're talking about perspective. So from one person's perspective, something could be worth more than depending on their situation.
Okay.
But no, we're talking about how like something has more value. Like what what gives it
Getting more,
equality?
getting more over getting something better. Because I mean, if you look at the let's just say like Starbucks, some people like, why the hell would you go? You know what I'm saying? You can go get a cup of coffee for $2 over here, but you're gonna spend $7 or $6, whatever, getting coffee over here. Well, the, you feel the quality is higher, and you know maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but you're looking at for an individual, you really enjoy like the enjoyment that you get from it, you know, which I think would be considered, that's a higher quality. The taste or whatever your enjoyment from it is higher. But just because you know that you can go get more cups, you can go get 4 cups of coffee related to this 1 cup of coffee because you know you like it more. Or, am I? Because maybe I don't know. Maybe I done got off
I
a
don't think
little
that's a
bit.
good example because that's more of like perceived value again,
Yeah. Okay.
because a lot of it has to do with brand in that situation. A lot of times the reason why people choose Starbucks is because of that cup. It's really just because of that cup. It has to do with the brand.
You show up at work, you have that Starbucks cup, you get to look at the rest of your coworkers and look like you're above them because, yeah, I got Starbucks this morning. What did you get?
Well, no, Starbucks is I mean, they offer way more. Like, you know, let's just say you go into Circle K to get what, you know, is a basic cup of coffee, whereas Starbucks, you are able to go get, you know, a cup of coffee that's, you know, flavored, you know, a
Customized,
certain
yeah.
way. Yeah, so I mean,
And then they serve it to you, so there's a service part to it.
I
So
think
there,
I think that when
it
it
still,
comes down to
it still may not be a good idea. I mean,
it is a
a good example, but
it is a higher value. I would agree with that part. But the
I feel
amount
like
that you're paying makes it not a quality, and we're talking about quality. You know what I'm saying? The reason why you pay, you pay the middle of something, like, right? Because if you buy the most expensive bread that's there in the store, you're pretty much
yes,
getting ripped off, right? So that's what you're doing when you go to Starbucks. So,
but
but
it's
when you
all about. I think when you really look at the root of quality over quantity, it's all about it still is it's all subjective. It's all opinion, because I feel like you would say that, like the guy said, people would say because Jesus and Martin Luther King only lived to be in their 30s, and Barbara Walters is still alive, she had a good quality of life. Well, people would, and Martin Luther King didn't, but people would say that Martin Luther King had a better quality of life because he sacrificed his life for his beliefs and trying to help community. It's all a perspective. I feel like, when it comes down to that, quality and quantity, I feel like it's a because go ahead. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, because, like, we can all feel like,
well, no,
okay, well, what I'm doing is great.
yeah, I would definitely
Go ahead.
say,
My bad, bro.
and in my opinion, because, you know, maybe it is still based in opinion, but in my opinion, I think that Martin Luther King had a higher quality of life than Barbara Walters because of the things that he accomplished within a short period of time. You know, she's,
Yeah, exactly.
established person. She did well with her life, but as far as the mark that, I don't think after Barbara Walters, like a week after Barbara Walters died or a month after Barbara Walters died, not many people are going to be talking about what she did because, but we already know 50 years later, we're still talking about Martin Luther King and the things that he's done. So I would say that there's a much higher quality of life that he had within his 33 years of living, and compared to the life she's still living at 70, or in her 70s. So
And what
that's
about Tupac? Like, what about the idea of die young, live forever? And Tupac was busting at the cops and everything. He was wilding out, and a lot of people around him said that you're not gonna live. And he was even saying it kind of in his songs when he was younger, and that might have been why he did so many songs too. Maybe he knew, that and then he was dating old girl, Will Smith's wife, and she said in an interview that what he was going to California or wherever it was when he went to the Mike Tyson fight, it wasn't business related. That's all she said. So she was implying that it was like the streets, you know what I mean, gang related type of activities or whatever. So basically, what I'm saying is he was wilding out. So what about the quality of? But he had a great impact too. So what
but
about the quality of life for Tupac?
that's the part that I would mostly speak on, because I mean, um, when we're talking about the quality, yeah, I mean, he died at what, 27, or like, young young age, but the mark, I mean, the fact that you brought his name up says that, he left a mark on you and, the society at large, because I mean, shoot, everybody knows Tupac. He set an example or whatever. So, the quality, that's still somewhat of a maybe still a conversation to have when we talk about Tupac. But I mean, in a short period of time, I mean, I think we have to have something to compare him to, because I mean, I guess let's say we put Biggie in that conversation. I mean, they both were, I guess, about the same age. Biggie was cold, but he's not the person that people think of first. So I mean, did he leave as big of an impact as well? You know what? Let's look at it like this, because
So, but
as
are we
far as
measuring the
quality,
of
quality and
life?
quantity, let's look at their albums, because Biggie only had 2 albums. Tupac put out how many?
A lot.
6, 5 or 6, or however many. He put out more albums. So maybe we can look at it and say that Biggie had more, quality, because
Music.
because he's still spoken of very highly with those 2 albums, and on the same level as Tupac. So that's where I would
But I
say
think
that.
people realize that.
Huh?
I don't know. I mean, for me, I think a lot more people realize Tupac because Tupac was, he said a lot of monumental things. He said a lot of things that resonated with a lot of people that were, that were suffering and going through in those times. But he was also, kind of like, in your face with it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, Biggie, to me, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I feel like he made a good impact, but I think he also spoke to a lot of they both spoke negative. But I think that Tupac spoke to a lot of, because of the way he was.
But that's the impact that he made an impact. But when we really look at when we're judging, if we're solely looking at quality and quantity, Tupac had more albums, but were they as was the quality as high as Biggie? Because Biggie gets spoken of right along in that same conversation. It wasn't just the East Coast West Coast thing. It was really like his work. I think when I'm really thinking about it, Biggie's work was probably a lot higher quality than the work that Tupac did, because he had a certain way to get to people. He impacted, or had his voice heard. But as far as actual his music, was it truly higher quality? I think there was more quantity over quality for Tupac, and more
When you're just talking
quality.
about the music, but you have to separate these things, cultural impact, because we're talking about it's like, okay, so my question is, we're measuring somebody's quality of life by the impact that they had on the world or how they were remembered. You
And
get what I'm
that,
saying?
and that's
I don't
and
know.
that's the hard part, because I mean, especially when you're talking about people, we can do that with tangible items much easier. Because like I said, the loaf of bread thing, that was an easy
Yeah,
one for me.
because we
But
have to
then,
break it into pieces. Because what about the quality of life of the man who just works and has a family, and his family loves him?
well, and
Yeah, I mean,
but it's also that's gonna break down to what kind of life he lived with his family. Because let's just say a guy, he has two guys, they have the same amount of kids, but one father, they both worked at the same factory, they made the same money, they did everything the same, but one of them spent more time with his kids and his wife and his family, and the other one liked to go out and gamble and play in the streets, so this, that, and the other. We're gonna most likely judge the one that had a higher quality of life. This one might went out and did more, in the streets for himself, but as far as the father who, actually spent more time with his kids and his family and spent that time, if both of these people died at the same time, we're gonna have somebody who's gonna speak more highly of one father than the other because he was there and he spent the time, he taught things, he did, things with his family. So that would be because I mean we have to kind of balance. These are two equal things.
Yeah. It's
These are,
complicated. Elliot
yeah.
says NY definitely capping. Biggie was not on Pac level, period, in my opinion. No comparison.
Capping or
Man, I'm
caping?
sorry.
Caping.
I'm sorry, but I don't care what I'm doing, where I'm at, who I'm having a conversation with. I could be at church, and if I hear that it was all a dream, I used to read Word Up magazine, man, bro. I'm dog. What?
Well, and
Like,
I think honestly, I mean, because I'm a music connoisseur, and I really think that when you really think about it, the lyrics.
Pac didn't do well after Dre left. When Dre left, Pac went downward.
No,
I'm just
well,
saying.
it's not even just that. I mean, you go back to Tupacalypse and and now still to this day my favorite album is Me Against the World. Even though there was Machiavelli came, which has some good hits, and
And let me go ahead and say my say on this. I feel like you have to judge them in different ways, and Pac had a great impact, a huge impact on the community. But as far as like music and lyrical ability and shit, Biggie blowed fucking Pac out the motherfucking water, bro.
yeah,
Like Pac
that's
wasn't.
exactly what I'm thinking as well, because like structure when you have to get into the
But I
technical
love
part.
Pac, so don't get me wrong.
Me
I love
too.
me some Pac.
I love Pac too. I dearly, but when you get into the technical part of writing, the mindset of the like the things that in order how he put things, like just the way it flows,
Yeah, and it's still to this
his
day
cadence, like all that stuff.
Some of his wordplay is still really catchy to this day, like clever as fuck to this day.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, but I think in order to truly have this conversation, I think you would have to truly, I think people would have to go within themselves and truly understand, truly figure out what quality and quantity means to them in order to have a broader perspective or openness about quality over quantity. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
just
think
having this conversation. Go ahead.
I think that's where it presents a problem, because when you allow everybody to have their own definition of it, because in order to have a fair playing field, there has to be a structure. There has to be rules on how to make the judgment in order for, to have a consensus of, like everybody can agree, okay, this is how we're going to judge it, in order for it to truly be able to say,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Elliot said, who made more money? And that's a perfect analogy for quantity versus quality. So, we're going to judge it by how much money they made. And I think officially Biggie did more, I think.
Well, I think, Pac produced more funds, more money overall, because of the different albums. Now, I'm not gonna say how much he made, because I don't think either one of them made the money that they should have made on their projects. But I think that Pac did generate more funds.
But I don't know where that wealth went to, because I saw a list not that long ago that showed Biggie is still up there with the top income rappers to this day, or whatever. I don't know what kind of fucking deal he signed, but it's real, and that those two records sell so much. This nigga is up there and still making money.
Now that's something.
Y'all look that up. That's
Yeah,
what I
I would
always
say
be saying.
I
Y'all
have to see
look it
that
up
because
and come back to it. Let me play a little bit more Orange Frimpong.
Right. Well, no, that's only if you actually. That's only obvious if you don't. If you can't think about meaning and you only judge life by quantity. If you only judge things by quantity. Right. So,
This dude's voice is hilarious.
overblown mic. You're getting too much mic. You're getting overblown. Too loud. All right. Too much. All right. So I hope this better. Give me something on the if the mic's a little bit better and you can hear me with a little bit less. I don't know. Problem. I think this should be fine. Anyway, I'm gonna keep talking like this, and let me tell you that people talk about quantity because they don't know how to talk about quality. Not yet. It's still bad. It's still bad. What's? I can just turn the whole mic now. Better now. Yes. All right. People talk about. Good. All right. I'm gonna just do this. This is how I'm gonna talk, and you'll just have to deal with this. All right. So people talk about quantity because they don't know how to talk about quality. And that's the problem. They talk about quantity because they don't know how to talk about quality. They talk about price because they can't talk about meanings. So if you evaluate your life in terms of how many years you live versus the quality of your relationships in it and the work and the activity that you did, then like you're going to be a problem. So when you talk about COVID death and COVID and life with COVID, you have to talk about not only what the meaning of life is without qualification, but also what we're willing to do to screw up other people's lives who are not susceptible to COVID or who have already had COVID or COVID vaccinated or whatever, and what we're willing to shut down. Because if we're willing, in order to balance, in order to make sense of what a proper, measured, or thoughtful response should be to COVID, and without actually thinking about the meaning of life, then the worries about life run unregulated and distort all conversations about the issue. All right. So what is the meaning of life? So why is life relevant? Well, it's relevant because it allows you to do other things. It allows you to do other things besides living, but also life itself is pretty peculiar because it is the first instance. It's a little bit of a miracle insofar as it's the first instance of a fight against external determination. All right, so there are going to be three elements that are relevant here. You have a cellular membrane and this prokaryote cell. You have a cellular membrane and chemical interactions with inside. There's an inside the cellular membrane and outside the cellular membrane. And this cellular membrane is semi-permeable. That means, the basic unit of life is going to be a semi-permeable cellular cell with a membrane that lets nutrients in, keeps other things out, and then chemical reactions inside of the cell that actually enable the cellular membrane to be what it is, and it actually is life acting in a way that sustains life in and against external determinations. Prior to that, you have mechanistic causation, where one thing just causes another, but there is no purpose to it. All right, it doesn't cause itself; it causes something else. Cells, you have something that causes itself. Same with electromagnetic reactions. Magnets don't cause themselves to be. They react blindly. There's no purpose there.
Okay. Purpose. Y'all with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, meaning of life, in his opinion, is about purpose. And some of the other stuff he said. What y'all think about it?
Well, when the more we get to a specific conversation, it changes a lot of the perspective on it. So I mean, it's when we're talking about the amount of deaths versus I don't know, like I said, this is it's a deep conversation that's going on right now. But it's really hard to say, man, because like there's so many different angles that you can look at this conversation, especially when it's involving deaths based on COVID and otherwise, because there's really nothing really else that I hear them comparing it to, quality over quantity. That's, you know, we can have a better conversation with quality over quality and quantity without, you know, using COVID. I don't know why he's using that. I don't know. But I don't know. Right now I'm still kind of trying to put it together. What from what you hear,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Deuce.
No, I just kind of wanted to piggyback off the fact, if you would, like, because for me, when I think about if you want to use COVID, I don't see anything as far as quantity, but the quality that I found, you know, by things being shut down, you know, I took a loss, you know, with work and things of that nature, but I gained a quality of life with my family. I was able to be there a lot more and realize how much I truly miss them and, you know, love being in their presence, you know, to the point to where, you know, like my kids hate when I leave. Like you know, it's like I made an impact on them, you know, especially, you know, my youngest, you know, like he cries every time I leave.
I think the quarantine had a great impact on a lot of people because when we had to sit still and we couldn't move around, and I think a lot of people got on the internet and started researching shit too. Like a lot of people woke up at this time. Like I think like I said before, they don't be knowing what they're doing. They think they be knowing, but they don't be knowing. And they don't be knowing the long-term effects or what these things are going to really, you know, you fucking with chaos. So, you know, and this is the people. So, but like I said, I think that quarantine really had a huge impact on a lot of people. Because I'm a different person after quarantine. I ain't going to lie. Quarantine changed me.
Yeah. But if you say that it's about purpose, you know, then if you say that it's going to be about purpose and they're going to judge it solely off of that, I mean, I don't think that you would have a lot of people being able to speak towards quality over quantity, because there's still a lot of human beings that don't know their purpose, that's still trying to figure it out, still trying to map it out, you know, what their purpose is, you know, where is it that they truly desire to be, you know, beyond the you know, and when I say truly want to be, I'm talking about beyond this material shit that we all desire to have at some point in time in our life, but where they truly want to be, the impact that they truly want to leave, you know, make, and, you know, footprint that they want to leave behind. You know, people are trying to figure that out. And I think that's something that, you know, you always kind of like, man, am I truly here? You know, it's like when you know, and then that may last for a season, and now it's time to move on to something else. You know, there's another purpose that God has for you, before you, that you're trying to figure out. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing to base quality or quantity off of. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. You know, I'm just giving my opinion.
What I wanted to say earlier was us just having this conversation is a good thing. You know what I mean? It's a mental exercise. You know what I mean? The whole idea of quantity versus quality is a mental exercise. You know what I mean? And hopefully the more you think about it, maybe you can, you know, it'll have an impact on, you know, what you do, your daily life, the choices that you make throughout your life. Because sometimes I think that quantity versus quality question, it becomes blurry and you can't see it. You know what I mean? You can't see what's clearly quality. You know what I mean? Or is it quantity? Because sometimes quantity might be better than quality in some circumstances. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is and it's not simple. You know, you have to really kind of like use your brain muscles to try to think about it, and it'll help you understand the world a lot better if you look at it, quantity versus quality, and quality of life has to be always thought about in all your decisions that you make. You know what I'm saying? And the more we go back to worshiping nature or whatever, worshiping nature is probably not a good phrase to use, but the more we get closer to nature, we'll be looking at quality over quantity. Because I think a lot of the world now leans towards quantity. Because hoarders, right? A billionaire is a hoarder. Do y'all get what I'm saying? We look down on some guy who has a bunch of newspapers, or maybe somebody who collects, I don't know, he collects little toys, and these toys are worth a whole bunch of money, and he has rooms full of them shits, or storages full of that shit. People gonna look at him and say he's kind of weird, but a person who stacks up billions of dollars, he's not looked at as weird. That's our brainwashing.
Yeah. Well, I think that as far as that goes, I mean the brainwashing. I mean, that's gonna happen. We're gonna have TV as long as we know, even after this shit falls. But we have to be clear on what's really important to be able to decipher the importance, which one really is, and what's more important. I choose quality. I'm the type, like I said, I will instead of because I get shit from I buy certain things, clothing things from Walmart, but for the most part I'm going to get me something probably from dealers or something like that, for something that I know is going to last longer. I won't have to buy it over again. Like I get little cheap t-shirts and sweatpants and stuff that I wear all the time because I know, like, I bought it for the simple fact that it'll it'll wear out faster, but for the most part I'm gonna get.
That's convenience, and we was talking about that before. And like Sam's Club, right? We all go to Sam's Club sometimes. You get a bunch of toilet paper, a bunch of paper towels, or whatever, and you get to buy them in bulk. And now it's cheaper, and you can still get a good quality toilet paper or whatever. But you're buying a bunch of it, and so it's cheaper. Yeah. And then that's a convenience, right? Because you don't have to keep going to the store. You're going to need to keep getting toilet paper, whatever it is, dishwashing liquid, whatever it is, paper towels, soap, clothes soap, stuff like that. You're going to keep buying. It also is a convenience when you can buy it like that, because now you have enough to last like a year or 6 months or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, you don't have to keep going back and forth to the store to buy more. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing that every other week or whatever. Every other week. So that's
the convenience of it is where you find your value. But like we was talking about before, all this convenience is also what leads to the systems that we live under. The economic systems that we live under are based on us as consumers wanting all this convenience. That's why you even have Sam's Club in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. To buy, but I see the benefit in Sam's Club because I go to a little town about twice a week, Van Horn, Texas. Okay, it's out in the.
I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was saying is I see the benefit in places like Sam's Club and Costco for the simple fact you got like Little America, Texas, like Van Horn, Texas. The nearest the nearest metropolitan city or town to them is El Paso, which is a 2-hour drive away. Okay, this town does not have a Walmart, does not have a HEB, does not have a Walgreens, CVS, none of that in this town. If you think I'm lying, look them up on Google Maps, and you will see there's none of that in this town. So the small business owners in that town, the restaurant owners, you know, once a week they shut their restaurant down. They drive to El Paso with a trailer behind them, and they stack up on everything that they possibly need for their restaurant and bring it back to Van Horn. You know, for their so to me, I think that I see the need, you know, at Sam's Club as far as that. You know, I think the convenience, also the being cheaper, because it's a lot cheaper for them to take that 2-hour drive to El Paso to Sam's Club or Costco, as opposed to having, you know, Cisco or U.S. Foods or Lavish Foods or grocery supply to deliver to them out there in that small town. You know, I think where the convenience come in as it relates to the grocery shopping is when they implemented that you can go on Walmart.com or HEB, open up an app and place your grocery order and have it not only you could do curbside or not only curbside, you could have the shit delivered to your doorstep. You know, you know, wow, like that's different. You know what I'm saying?
That's ultra convenience.
Yeah. You know, and then if you don't want to cook food, you know, stuff like that, hell, you can go on to HelloFresh, you know, and all of these different things and buy meal preps that are already pretty much prepared. All you got to do is just place it in the oven, you know, to warm it up. You know, and there's people that do that order that shit every week and have a week's worth of food, you know, like that's the convenience right there.
Doc says Sam's was originally for businesses only, but they started doing everyone after a few years. And Pat, you say you need to get out of here?
Yeah, man, I gotta get up early and roll. I'm getting kind of tired now. You know, I'm struggling to keep my head up right now, so I'm gonna give me a little rest so I can handle my business tomorrow.
All right, man. Well, thanks for your time, man.
For sure, man. I'll be back on, you know, tomorrow night. I gotta get on off.
All right, man. Get you some rest.
All right,
Said
y'all.
that, bro. Hey, man,
All right,
you be
Deuce.
careful out there.
I shall. You do the same, man. Your conditions probably a lot worse than what I'm gonna see. So you be careful, man.
Oh yeah, Tampa will do, bro.
All
Will
right,
do.
y'all.
Got to make it back in tomorrow. Well, actually today. So.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna holler at y'all tomorrow.
All right.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy. Take it easy, Pat.
Peace
All
and
right,
love.
man. Peace.
Yeah. What you were saying, Deuce?
No, I was just saying, like, you know, that's where I see, because for me personally, as a consumer, I don't see Sam's Club as a convenience for me, because you buy all that shit in bulk, bro, and like your kids are gonna eat. You know, kids, their palate changes week to week, bro. Like, like we used to go there and buy stuff, and I mean, my wife would end up taking it to work and put it on her desk, you know, for the kids that come in her office or whatever. You know, they could have those bags of chips or this candy or this or that, because like the kids wouldn't even eat it. So it was like, for me, having a Sam's Club membership was a waste of money. So I just let mine lapse. So.
Well, look, this is an interesting topic right here, because one thing that I be talking about, like hood way of thinking and ghetto mentality and whatever, one of the things is like going to the grocery store and going and buying like $400, $500, $600, $800 worth of food at one time. Like, and I do the opposite. I just go shopping for the stuff that I'm gonna cook for maybe 2 or 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I shop. But that causes me to go to the grocery store a lot, and I do go to the grocery store a lot. But I think that the mentality, because it's like, how the hell you know what the hell you're gonna know what you want to eat 30 days from now? Like, you're trying to buy a month's worth of food, and you don't know what you want to eat in the morning or tomorrow for lunch or whatever. Like, you end up when you shop that way, you end up having a whole lot of waste. Because I've seen it lots and lots of times before, and I used to shop like that, and I think that it's like a hood thing. Like, you're from the hood, so that's the way you're supposed to shop. What do you think about that, Deuce?
Well, I feel like for people that they have a larger family, or let's just say that they don't have the money to be able to go to the store every week. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier for them to buy their children snacks and stock up on meat, rice, and beans, the necessities, and have that for a month. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, the only thing that we truly go to the store for every week is the kids' snacks. You know what I'm saying? We buy, I mean, that's just us. Like, we buy enough for about a week. You know what I'm saying? And that's usually about it. But to be honest with you, man, like, I see it as good and bad. I see it as a good thing. You know what I'm saying? If you're a family that's, there's a big family, maybe there's one income in the home, and they're able to receive, government subsidization as far as food stamps and things of that nature. The husband has to take a lunch every day to work, or mom, let's just say it's mom, single parent, she has to take a lunch every day to work. You know what I'm saying? It just makes it a lot easier to be able to stack up on that type of food in that type of situation. You know what I'm saying? But, like I said, I think it's good and bad. I see the value. I see the value in it, but then I'll tell you where a lot of times we make the mistake. And when I say we, I'm talking about my household, because we'll have meat in the freezer, in the deep freeze, and it's like, I will have this idea, you know what, man, I'm gonna throw some ribs on the pit today. Oh shit, we forgot to take some out. So now I gotta go to the grocery store and buy some more ribs.
And that's why I say it's a waste, bro. Like, people who if you get in an animal slaughter, and I'm not knocking nobody for no way if they doing stuff. This is just me, but if you get an animal slaughtered, then that's a real good reason to have a deep freezer. You know what I'm saying? But one of the things about the reason why I like to shop once a week is because I want to get the meats fresh, and eat them fresh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, we have that deep freeze because, my kids, they wake up in the morning, they want breakfast. My kids, they genuinely want breakfast. They want their breakfast. So it's just easier to go to H-E-B, you know what I'm saying, and stack up on the stuff that they like to eat for breakfast, have that in the deep freeze, you know what I'm saying? We also have the freezer because, my wife, she makes a lot of protein smoothies, and she likes to use the
frozen fruits.
Frozen fruits in them.
That's good. Yeah,
I like. We also have it because, like, there's sausage and stuff like that I like. You know what I'm saying? That I'll put in there. And I'll have those. You know what I'm saying, for myself. It just makes it easy, man. Frozen vegetables, things of that nature. Like, I see the benefit in it, bro. Because to be able to go to the grocery store every week right now with the way the prices are, man, trust me, dude, it kills me. You know what I'm saying? Like it literally it was killing me, man, to go to the store every week. So that's why we made that ultimate decision to say, you know what, we're gonna buy, and we didn't get no extremely big deep freezer. I think we got like a 5 cubic foot deep freezer. You've seen it. It's not very big. It fits right in my apartment. You know, it's not very big, but you know, I guarantee you, everything in that deep freezer is gonna get used. I guarantee it. Like, we do not waste nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Our meat, we don't leave it in the meat packages. When we come home, we take and break that shit down, put it in freezer bags so that it doesn't get freezer burnt. You know what I'm saying? So everything in our freezer is gonna get used. It's just like we do have those moments where, like, you know, it's like, damn, what do you want for dinner? And I'm always like, I don't really know. And I'm like, I don't know. You know what? Let's do some ribs. You know, or let's do some steaks. You know, or something like that. You know, and a lot of times we don't keep steaks in the freezer because I do like my. If I'm gonna get a steak, I want to go to the butcher and get it fresh.
And that's what I'm about to say, bro. Quantity. Because I want to put a pin on what you just said, bro. Because I'm not trying to knock anybody, you know. But like, this still goes back to the conversation of the quantity versus quality, you know what I'm saying? And then versus convenience, which we added on. So, like, I don't even like to freeze my meat, bro. Like, none of the meat I eat, I like to buy it fresh, and I never put it in the freezer. That's why, you know, I get a couple days worth, you know, only.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we do. Go ahead, my bad, bro.
And like I say, I'm not judging or whatever, but, you know, quantity versus quality. You know, the meat's going to taste better if you never froze it. Like, I like to get fresh seafood, and I'm not going to freeze that seafood because it's going to taste way different after I froze it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's certain things that we don't keep a quantity of. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't keep steak. We don't keep seafood. You know, if we're gonna do seafood, we usually go down because you know we live right by Kima, so we'll go down to Kima and grab some fish. You know, have them cut up the fish for us and everything. Shrimp, my wife will usually go to HEB right there, or we go to Kima, depending on who has a better price. A lot of times we can get a better deal at HEB. So we'll go to HEB and grab the same Gulf shrimp, you know, the fresh shrimp. They're fresh, you know, they're sitting on ice. They're fresh like they are down there. You know, we'll grab some of that. I mean, but we don't keep that type of stuff in the freezer for like chicken, pork, you know what I'm saying? Items like that, yeah, we do. You know, I mean, I just believe in that way. The only bad thing about that is like if you have a power outage, but I mean, to have that extra, man, like.
And I ain't gonna lie, it's convenient, and it also saves you money. I ain't gonna lie, it does save you money, and it's convenient. But that also goes back to the argument of the quantity versus quality. You know what I'm saying? Because it's saving you money. Like we was talking about the toilet paper. The reason why the people buy the cheaper toilet paper is because they can get a whole bunch of it. You know what I'm saying? And they just like they're gonna deal with the scratching up the ass for the sake of having a bunch of toilet paper.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you. You know, like I mean, it's just I don't know. Like I say, I guess you know it depends upon your household needs. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, there was a point in time where you know I had to buy everything within our household. So yeah, it was easier to have my wife, you know what I'm saying, when I got paid, give my wife, you know, $400 or $500, hey, go get your stuff you need for work, food wise, lunch, get the kids all their snacks and shit, and have extras. You know what I'm saying? Like me, because of how I come up, you know, and coming from nothing, like nothing's going to waste.
See,
I'm gonna take that shit out, thaw it out, season it up, throw it on the pit.
Look, listen to what you're saying, bro. And this is a psychology thing, and I hope everybody is seeing and hearing this. But listen, you're saying it was because of the way you brought up, and that's what I was saying. It's the hood mentality, the poor mentality is the reason why we do that.
But
You
people in the
are
country do that shit too, though. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember growing up in small town Louisiana, you know, and my grandmother, you know, like she would go and buy good bread and freeze it, milk, freeze
because
it.
they've been through struggle. They've been through struggle. There's nothing wrong with having like a safety net. The thing is that when you have a fear of, you know, going without, you know what I mean, being hungry, or your kids going without and being hungry or whatever, then you tend to do this excess thing to kind of like ensure that they don't. You know what I'm saying? It's an overcorrection.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
And it's a
You know,
trauma.
and then you have a lot of people that live the way that you live. Like they are, I guess you could say, minimalists. They keep enough for just a couple of days, you know, and that's how they live, you know, and that's the way they like to keep things. But then you also had those same type of people that when the freeze hit, or when COVID hit, or when a disaster hit, they was asked the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? They had to go and ration shit from their neighbors. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like.
And it's good to have safety. That's what I say. You need to have a safety, but beyond that, it becomes kind of like hoarding or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's just like, I feel like if you own a home, you know, I feel like if you own a home, or if you live in an apartment, or if you have to rent an apartment, I feel like you should rent only at apartments that have charcoal grills. The reason why, not only just charcoal grills, but gas grills, you know, but I also feel like, but natural gas, that's on the natural gas line. I also feel like if you own a home, you know, like I feel like you should have some form of a generator. I feel like you should also have, you know, a charcoal grill, you know, maybe a little wood burning fire pit, you know, nothing big, just something if something were to happen, you can keep your flame. I just feel like this because, you know, when things like we seen what happened back last year in February, which we're almost at February now, look at the weather that we're facing this year, people went without. People could not eat. Their food was going to waste. And, you know, hell, it was froze, some of it, but I'm just saying, like, you know, you still have a means to feed yourself. You're not going to go hungry, you know, and if you have the ability to smoke your meat, you smoke that meat, things like chicken, certain things like that, you can typically leave that out and it won't spoil on you. You know, you'll be able to eat and not have to be fucking eating canned Vienna sausages and all that bad shit.
I agree.
You can smoke that meat and that meat will last if it has to sit out. You know?
I agree. It's good to have that safety net. But here in the United States, we have more of a problem with us overeating. That's what's killing more of us than, you know, diabetes, heart conditions, high blood pressure, stuff like that from eating too much. And what I was going to say is, like, from me being like a minimalist, like you said, sometimes it leads me to eat less because, like, sometimes I don't have any snacks. I haven't been to the store. I don't buy very much snacks type stuff anyway. So when I'm reaching, I'm doing whatever, and then I like, oh man, I want something sweet, and I want to reach for something sweet. It's not there. It's not there. Sometimes I solve my sweet tooth with like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I feel you.
But what I'm saying is, you know, it's healthier for us to eat fresh, you know, and basically like consume less, and then this is quality over quantity, because that's why people have to keep going back to McDonald's, right? They eat McDonald's. After you finish eating that shit, your ass gonna be hungry again like soon later, because that shit don't give you no fucking nutrients.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you keep
that's
eating
why I don't go to
all day.
Chinese buffets, besides the fact people are nasty as fuck. That's why I don't eat at buffets and shit, bro, because people are nasty. And then on top of that, you be hungry later. Like I'd rather have a home cooked meal or go somewhere where they cook some good food. You know what I'm saying? A restaurant somewhere, have me a nice sit down meal. Like, to be honest with you, there's a lot of times my wife and I will buy one platter, you know, agree up on this platter, and we'll buy that one platter, bro, and we'll eat off of that. You know, her and I, we'll order the kids what they want, and her and I will share a platter just because, you know, like, you know, she's on this thing about being healthy and losing weight. I am too. I'm trying to continue with my weight coming down, you know, and it's just, you know, and by doing that, when we go to the restaurant and we each order our own platter, hell, I can't even finish it, you know, because I'm full, because I've gotten so used to just pretty much eating, you know, sharing or eating at one time a day.
But,
you know,
but I would argue that those meals aren't where the problem comes in a lot of times. The problem comes in with these damn snacks, bro. It's the snacks. The snacks is the problem. The snacks is always the problem in everybody's household. It's the snacks. Doc says, after spending years homeless and hungry, I will definitely have 2 weeks of food in the pantry, or I will actually eat more. But chicken breasts, 5 pounds at a time, about 12 to 15 pieces. So when I get home, I can pop 2 in the air fryer with some seasoning. That sounds delicious and it's making me hungry. But
I've changed my snacks though, bro. Like I don't sit down and eat snack cakes and all that. My snacks, and this is the God honest truth. My snacks, I buy the big pack of the individually wrapped cheese squares, you know, or I'll buy like the mini Baby Bell cheese round. I'll have that with like a handful of dried cranberries and almonds on the plate, or a couple of, you know, those are usually my snacks. I also I buy the sea salt flavored popcorn. You know, if I just want a snack, I'll pop me it's a little small individual bag of pop. I'll pop that. You know, like I've changed my whole snack deal. My snacks used to consist of shit going in the fridge, heating and turning the oven on, and then popping some cookies in the oven. You know what I'm saying? With ice cream and shit. Like I don't do that no more.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, most households, it's snacks and fast food. It, you know, that's where it gets you. So that goes along with the convenience and stuff that you pop in the microwave. Sometimes it might benefit you to have to go to the store to get some stuff. You know what I mean? Because then now you got to move around and do more shit or whatever.
Yeah, and I will say, like my kids, like when we go out to eat, it's like a treat to them. And it's not that we can't afford to go out to eat. We just don't go out to eat much. You know, like my wife, she cooks. Usually she'll cook enough for them to have leftovers. You know, she cooks pretty much, you know, it's not every day, every other day she cooks. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when we go out to eat, you know, I just kind of let them have their way. Hey, order what y'all want. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because we can't afford it. It's because I want my kids to eat healthy. Mm-hmm. You know, I want them to get fresh meat. I want them to eat vegetables. And, you know, that's just like we don't buy soda in our house. Like, you come to my house, if you catch soda there, it's because we may have had some guests over, and that's what they drink. So we buy the little mini Sprites or mini Cokes for people to mix in their drink. And my kids will ask us all day, can we have a Coke? Nope, drink some water. You know what I'm saying? Like, we buy, you know, the organic fruit juices, like literally organic fruit juice. It's just fruit and water mixed in there. It's no concentrate, no added sugars.
And
you know,
that's another thing. Wait, hold on. Let me say, because this is what I was thinking about. Fruits and veggies, we should all eat more fresh fruits and veggies. And like, you know, I like to get bell pepper and onion and garlic and stuff like that. And I got some grapes. Anyways, or a fresh pineapple, some damn those cranberries, like,
yeah.
but
fresh fruit. But you gotta have good fruit, seeded fruit. You don't want this old lab. You need to buy fruits with seeds, preferably black seeds, because that's the organic fruit. Fruits like kiwis, You know, blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, you know, strawberries are good for you, but you got to be careful because there's hybrid strawberries. You know, you want to have seeded grapes, not the seedless grapes.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what I try to do. I try to get stuff with seeds in it. That's just my basic way of making it simple for me. So, but look, my point is that the fresh fruits and vegetables are only going to last so long. You can't, I mean, I guess you can freeze them, but like the point of you eating those fresh fruits and vegetables or eating them fresh because you're going to get the right vitamins out of them at that time.
yeah. And that's why I say, like, literally, like, legit, bro, no bullshit. I'm telling you, my wife puts in an order at HEB about every 2 days for fruit, fresh fruit, literally. Because that's what my kids have for snacks. Like, we don't buy them snack cakes and shit. Their snack, they already know their snacks are fruit. You know, you can, when they fix their lunch kit at night, you know, when they put what they want to take to school, and they'll put their, because we got them the lunch kits that can be put in the refrigerator. They don't, I forget, my wife, they're kind of expensive. My wife bought them, but, you know, they get their little Ziploc bags out, bro. They put them some grapes, strawberries. You know, my son, he likes his little string cheese. He gets his cheese. You know, that's what their snacks are. You know, and every now and again, my wife will buy them a box of fruit roll-ups for them to take to school. You know, for them to take one a day. You know, but for the most part, it's fruit, bro. Like, my kids literally go to school. Their lunch is like, like damn, like a gourmet lunch, literally, bro. Like, they taking food, like, you know, and that's kind of a privilege with their mom working in the district because they know my son brings real food for lunch. So his teacher will warm it up before lunch, you know. But, you know, my daughter, she goes to the school where my wife works. So, you know, her mom is able to warm up her food. But, yeah, like, they get.
I had a problem with that at some time when one of her schools, like, they didn't have a microwave, and I was trying to do that too. I would cook fresh food for her to eat for lunch, and she didn't have nowhere to warm it up and stuff. It was a problem, but it is what it is. It depends on the schools. Like, nicer schools are gonna have stuff like that. If they're in like a HISD school, they're not gonna have shit.
Yeah.
Let me cover this, bro, because I can't stay on too much longer because we're getting to 4 hours. I don't like these to be this long. But even though I came on earlier, so it's cool. And I don't really have nothing to do in the morning, but I still don't want to run too long. And I need to cover this because it's in the title. We talked about Native Americans during the Civil War and the Great Reconstruction. So I'm going to play a little bit of this video right here. Y'all check it out.
Then needed to be reconstructed to fulfill all the new civil rights that came with the war. Hence the small amounts of When we talk about the Civil War and Reconstruction, we're typically focused on the South. After all, the South seceded and then needed to be reconstructed to fulfill all the new civil rights that came with the war. Hence the small amounts of troops needed to remain in the South as a constabulary after putting down their insurrection. That's all very important history, but we kind of miss the larger picture of what's happening here. One that renders the civil rights motive of Reconstruction extraneous to the even larger motive, reconstructing race. But in order to do that, we have to decenter the South and see just how much of a role the West played in this greater Reconstruction. Historian Elliot West first proposed this greater Reconstruction idea in his presidential speech at the Western Historical Association. He said, "This greater Reconstruction was even more morally ambiguous than the lesser one. It included not one war, but three. The Mexican War, Civil War, and War against Indian America. And while it saw the emancipation of non-white people, it was equally concerned with dominating others. There has always been a darker side to E Pluribus Unum, and when we look at the parallel policies toward Indians and blacks, we can see it in its full breathtaking arrogance. Western expansion was the basis of the argument over slavery, which caused the Civil War in the first place. The sectional crisis debated whether slavery should expand into the West. Bleeding Kansas was simply the most significant outcropping of that conflict, but the violence of that event was minuscule by comparison to what was happening in California simultaneously. Miners during the gold rush targeted the indigenous population, attempting to exterminate them. In the case of at least one tribe, they were successful. California is the only state with a genocide named after it, and the violence began in 1849, but did not end until after the Civil War 2 decades later. All of these things I've already done episodes on. They recontextualize the causes of the Civil War to not only being about slavery, but how the US would define ourselves. From a loose union of states and territories to a nation struggling to characterize freedom. Who was incorporated into that nation-state and how was the question of greater Reconstruction. Historian of American violence Richard Maxwell Brown envisioned the frontier portion of answering that question as a Western Civil War of incorporation. He said the war was fought in many places and on many fronts in almost all the Western territories and states. Much like Frederick Jackson Turner a century prior had theorized that waves of civilization sweeping across the frontier defined what makes America unique, Brown argued that incorporation flowed westward in waves. First, over what races were included or excluded, then who controlled Western land, and finally who held authority over labor. Greater Reconstruction is essentially the first wave, defining which races were equal, considered lesser, or excluded altogether. For American Indians, they became the latter of those categories during the Civil War and Lesser Reconstruction. They were so excluded by the end that Vine Deloria said, "The deep impression made upon American minds by the Indian struggle against the white man in the last century has made the contemporary Indian somewhat invisible compared with his ancestors." So let's go through how exactly Indians became excluded from America's national identity through Greater Reconstruction, a wrong that we still struggle to correct today. As constabulary troops withdrew to fight the insurrection in the South, the West lost the only thing stabilizing it. Dakota Sioux in Minnesota weren't getting their treaty-mandated provisions, but what really set them off was a hunting party that killed 5 settlers, who were in legally occupied land. Knowing the inevitable retributive expedition was coming, and not having received enough rations required by treaty due to the Civil War. So the tribe decided to strike first by massacring German immigrants in the region, killing between 400 and 800 of them. The US Army responded quickly, quelling the uprising and rounding up the entire tribe. They interned the population on a frozen island for a year before deporting them to a small reservation in South Dakota. More than 300 were sentenced to be hanged for insurrection, but President Lincoln pardoned all but 32, leading to a mass hanging. This set the tone for how the US would deal with Western Indians. Though it began with one of the worst massacres in US history, the federal government would funnel the outrage towards any tribe possibly breaking out of a new system. Indian Territory was now to be treated as federal reservations for the concentration of peaceful tribes away from Americans. California provided the initial blueprint with various rancherias, and those tribes not on reservations were either exterminated or eventually concentrated. Any form of tribal raiding or violence against settlers provided the excuse for this policy of concentration onto reservations. 3 tribes exemplified this trend during the Civil War: Shoshones, Navajos, and Cheyennes. All 3 had raided settlers for over a decade, especially since settler control of territory kept needed food from native hands. Shoshones had fought Mormons since their arrival in the 1840s. After some spectacular raids during the Civil War, Californian volunteers went after the tribe, cornering a large number of them at Bear River in modern-day Idaho. The ensuing massacre killed around 250, and the remaining tribe had to either integrate with Mormons or be concentrated onto reservations. Cheyennes started attacking miners in 1959 because of the Pikes Peak Gold Rush. A warrior society called Dog Soldiers perpetrated the most heinous raids. So when Colorado volunteers returned from New Mexico in 1864, they attacked what they thought were dog soldiers, but was actually an obviously peaceful band under the protection of a local fort near Sand Creek. Coloradans massacred more than 150 and even celebrated it in their press. Easterners did not agree, including the U.S. Army, who denigrated the expedition, saying they surprised and murdered in cold blood the unsuspecting men, women, and children on Sand Creek, who had every reason to believe they were under the protection of the United States Authority, and then returned to Denver and boasted of their brave deed. This led the Cheyenne on a tidal wave of retaliatory strikes throughout the territory. Only after a year of warfare were Cheyennes in Colorado either concentrated or sent seeking refuge with other tribes, especially their recent allies, Lakota Sioux, which would have repercussions for decades. In the case of Navajos, they'd been killing New Mexicans for over a century. After the Union sent Confederate invaders packing in 1862, the soldiers of the California Column imposed martial law on New Mexico and helped separate Arizona into what it is today. To maintain order, they sought to squash the Navajo raiders that plagued the territory since Spanish times. After all, the tribe had broken the Treaty of 1851 that said they would never engage in such behavior, thereby taking a steady toll in New Mexican lives throughout the 1850s and 60s. Of no consequence to Army officers' consideration was the fact that New Mexicans had marauded Navajos in return for centuries. So James Carleton, commander of the Californians and military governor of New Mexico, ordered the famous scout Kit Carson to implement the concentration policy on Navajos. He'd already rounded up Mescalero Apaches in southern New Mexico onto a reservation called Bosque Redondo, and Carleton figured that was a good place to send the completely different Navajo tribe. On such orders, Carson implemented a scorched earth campaign on Navajos until they were all herded together in 1864, which is perhaps the first implementation of total war during the Civil War. Carson then forced marched the entire tribe in 53 groups across 400 miles of arid territory to Bosque Redondo. This trek alone killed over 200 of them, but the horrid conditions at the reservation killed many more. In 1868, the U.S. signed a treaty with Navajos, creating a reservation in their homeland. That would be one of the last few treaties signed between the United States with what the Supreme Court called her domestic dependent nations. This meant that legal doctrine generally treated tribes as subordinate to American sovereignty. The U.S. used treaties to negotiate with tribes, but Congress ended that in 1871, effectively abrogating the entire process and creating the reservation system instead. This was part of a completely new policy that the Grant administration instituted, which they called the Peace Policy. Just like he took a more reformist attitude to Reconstruction in the South, this policy was meant to reform Indian relations. The main job of the peace policy was to keep Indians on reservations and begin assimilating them into American society. Grant appointed legions of evangelical missionaries to oversee these reservations, attempting to convert entire tribes to Christianity as the first step towards assimilation. For those who refused and left, they were considered hostiles to be brought back by force if necessary. This is where we get the term going off the reservation. You see, this peace policy ultimately separated tribes into specific enclaves, thereby preventing them from raiding settlements. The Indian wars throughout the Grant administration were mostly to keep tribe members on the reservation. For instance, there was the Yavapai War, which began with the Camp Grant massacre in 1871. Some Arizonan ranchers and Tohono-O'odhams murdered nearly 150 Apaches, mostly women and children, in a morning sneak attack. The first photograph of Tucson is of their trial, and justifying the massacre is the original basis of the Arizona Historical Society. Obviously angered by this, Apaches fled the reservation and began raiding. It took 4 years to bring them all back, including a siege that led to another massacre at what's now called Skeleton Cave. A year after Camp Grant, 150 Modocs escaped the Klamath Reservation and managed to resist for nearly an entire year. There's a lot of other examples throughout this entire period, not just Grant's failed peace policy, but the entirety of Greater Reconstruction, as in from 1848 to 1877. So here's a list scrolling by of all the Indian wars during that time frame. There's a lot, so I just can't cover them all. One of these revealed the ultimate failure of the peace policy. An army expedition under the command of George Armstrong Custer meandered through Lakota lands in 1874. It was meant to map the area and find good fort locations for the reservation, but they also found gold in the Black Hills. Custer leaked it to the press against Grant's explicit orders. So, of course, miners rushed into the hills, which Lakotas consider holy. A year later, Lakotas traveled to Washington to beg Grant to stem the tide. His administration was beset by corruption scandals, and he did nothing. So Lakotas did what they were good at, and started raiding the miners, even as they formed a town called Deadwood. Grant responded by sending delegates to the Great Sioux Reservation and bolstered the neighboring forts. Due to a previous treaty, Lakotas had the right to hunt outside their reservation, but the federal government ordered them back. The bands that didn't recognize the treaty kept hunting, and so the army was tasked with rounding them up. Soldiers pushed across the plains, engaging in a number of fights to bring the non-treaty bands back on the reservation. One of the units in this pincer movement was led by Custer again, but this time, luck was not in his favor. At the Little Bighorn River, his force was surrounded, massacred, and mutilated. It was one of the worst defeats the army had experienced since St. Clair's defeat in 1791. The army eventually swept up the Lakotas, who did an escape to Canada, but this was extremely embarrassing for Grant's peace policy, made all the worse because it happened just a week prior to the United States celebrating our centennial. It was also an election year. His peace policy had failed, but assimilation would continue well past Reconstruction, only ending with the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act and 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act. Plus, we still have lingering issues with tribal sovereignty today. Throughout Greater Reconstruction, races navigated inclusion or exclusion in the American nation. For Black people in the South, the failure of Reconstruction meant a resurgence in disenfranchisement and segregation, called Jim Crow. For Indians in the West, that failure meant their concentration on reservations and white domination by assimilation. Both were excluded from American nationalism. Reconstructing race ultimately allowed for white supremacy to become an underwriting principle of the nation that emerged from our Civil War. We may have ended slavery, but Reconstruction could not fully institute civil rights. That would be left to another generation, for both Black and Indigenous people alike.
Very, very good. Very, very good video. Are you there, Deuce?
Yeah, I'm here. Man, that's crazy, man.
What stood out to the video? What can you remember or whatever?
Just how pretty much to me, man, just how the corruption and how pretty much I don't know if you call them Europeans, but yeah, how they just, man, that's crazy, bro. How they just took over these people and murdered them in droves, man, over gold. It wasn't even about land; it was about the gold. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to you.
That's crazy, man. But and the other thing that stood out is just what they talked about in the end, how blacks in the South, basically the correlation is no different to what was done to the Indians.
Yeah. Yeah, and creating the race system,
Yeah.
and how, it said Native Americans and Black Americans were excluded from the being nationalists. And that kind of goes back to the Mitch McConnell comment where he said Black Americans are not Americans, basically is what he said. I mean, he separated the freaking categories.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. It just makes you wonder, when will they ever get theirs? When will they ever pay for the shit they have done?
Well, I mean, that question I would ask, who is they?
Shit. The powers that be. And the powers that be don't look like us. Like the shit that they're doing, man. I mean, when are they gonna pay? Like, and I'm not just talking about the shit that they've done to blacks and to indigenous people, you know, but I mean, what they're doing to us, to, you know, globally.
Yeah. Like, it's the system, though, you know, that was set up that needs to be dismantled.
Yeah, but to dismantle that system, you know. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. Let me
You
play
want to
Joe
try
Rogan.
to do it peacefully, but it almost seems like it has to be the way the Indians did shit. You know?
Yeah, man, they still fighting the war, you could say.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were talking about how they fled to Canada. I remember going up to Canada and the Canadians treat me like, wow, like just treat me great. You know, and they're like, I'm like, dang, man, that's different. I was like, that's different because in the, you know, in the U.S. it's way different the way blacks are treated. And they're like, oh no, we don't have a problem with blacks. It's more so the Indians who we have the issue with up here.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let me hear Joe
Like
Rogan.
it literally is a medicine to you. Like people that go.
Joe Rogan.
That's one of the things that's causing depression. One of the things that's causing this funk that people are in is that we're living our lives, many of us at least, in these very unfulfilling ways where you're going to this office with artificial light and you're doing something you don't want to do all day long. And then you get home and you're tired. And on top of that, you're eating shit. You're eating potato chips and you're drinking soda. And your body is just like, what in the fuck is this? We're supposed to be out in the fields. We're supposed to be walking up hills. We're supposed to be looking for animals or gathering vegetables. We're supposed to be doing all these things that our body's designed to do. We're supposed to be in nature.
Yeah.
And nature is like a medicine. Like it literally is a medicine to you. Like people that go, you don't have to go hunting. You don't have to go fishing. Just go fucking hike, man. Just go hike up to the top of a mountain and look out. You know, there's a reward that you get from that is intensely like soul filling. That's one of the things.
Yeah, I would agree with him on that comment.
Yeah. Yeah, that may be true, you know. But the societies that we live in and trying to just live, you know, don't afford people to be able to do that.
Yep. Crazy world we live in, man.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I like the life that I have now, but then when I think about the life that I had as a kid and how we were poor, you know, and we struggled, but the difference is, man, there was a bit of freedom there. Like we got out, we had an escape from our misery, you know. And so, I mean, I get where he's coming from in that sense of being outdoors and, you know, being at one with nature. I get that, you know, but I mean, you think about the people that are in these communities, man, they're just trying to survive.
I know, and you can't blame nobody who's at that point. And then our system is designed to create more and more people like that.
Yeah.
It's living on the edge, check to check. Buying McDonald's, buying the cheap toilet paper, buying the cheap bread. Really don't have no choice.
Yeah. You know, and they want to paint this light that, oh, the way out of your situation is to become a rapper, become a athlete. There's other ways of coming out of your situation, than that. You can do what I do. You can create a financial means for you in that area where you don't no longer have to live like that, and have a good life. But I just think like a lot of, and that's like I tell, like, me and my son was having this conversation, and my daughter, and he's like, oh, hey, if we got rich, you could buy a Lamborghini and this and this and that. We could have, I'm like, what, and I asked him, I say, what does all of that mean at the end of the day? I was like, because you're just as happy, when you're riding in the car that we do have. So, I mean, I just had to break things down to him. Like, it does that, it'd be like, like I told him, like, some of the people that have these cars don't necessarily own them or can't afford them. They're keeping up with a lifestyle, and I always try to talk to them about being happy, being comfortable, being, loving yourself and not being of the way of the world, but march to your own, march to your own terms. How you, decide to live your life, like those type of things. Because the shit that you see on TV, man, unfortunately, everybody's not going to get to that life.
I think we can, though. I mean, I think things can be different. I think there should be more. I think there should be nobody homeless, and it should not be all these people struggling. They say we live in the richest country in the world. Is that true? Why do I see so many people struggling? Why do I see kids hungry?
Yeah.
Can we do better? We can't do better.
Yeah, but there again, that statement, rich, is all. I feel like that's it's about perspective.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. Maybe one day we'll see a change, see a difference. But there you go. Like you say, until this system is, dismantled, and
Yeah. Before we get out of here, I want to play a little bit of Jay Lethal. Oh, this dude is going through it right now.
Deleted by YouTube. I didn't get a strike, but they deleted the video. So I'm going to make a short version right here of the video. I'm going to ask you a simple question, and I need you to answer straight up. What would have happened if, when Eve came to Adam, if Adam just slapped the fuck out of her and he didn't eat the apple, if he physically disciplined Eve? Do you think Adam would have got kicked out of the garden? We're not even talking about Eve right now. Would Adam have got kicked out of the garden if, when Eve came to him with that apple that she got from the serpent, if he just slapped the apple out of her hand and he slapped the fuck out of her? Yes or no? Would he have got kicked out of the garden or not? If he would not have got kicked out of the garden for slapping Eve and telling her that she was wrong, then does it stand to reason that we should be able to physically discipline the woman, and especially a woman that we have a child with and we're building an empire with? If you get kicked out of the garden for going along with what she's saying, if you get kicked out of the garden for not disciplining her, for not standing on your square, then what would happen if you do stand on your square and you do discipline her? Are you also going to be kicked out of the garden? Let me ask you one more question before I get out of here, because I told you I was going to make it a short video. This is the second thing. Where is the scripture in the Bible that says you should not discipline your woman. You should not discipline Eve. Adam should not discipline Eve. Show me that scripture, because I can show you multiple scriptures where it shows you the curse of not disciplining her. It shows you the repercussions of not disciplining her and letting her do whatever the fuck she wants and letting her walk around outside of the house. And so my last question is this. Question number 3. What should I do if I'm not going to bite the apple and now Eve is risking the safety of my child? What should I do? Should I call the police? Are the police going to take my side? Should I call the family courts? Are the family courts going to take my side? Who should I call on Eve in Babylon if she is risking my child? Now, do you know how many daughters get sexually molested by the child's mother's new boyfriend? I'm going to say it one more time. How many women watching right now have been molested by the new boyfriend of the mom because she was reckless? It didn't thoroughly analyze the man. She brought a new reckless man around her child. And what are you going to tell the father? You told him you want to co-parent and you want to live in different households so you can do whatever you want to do. What are you going to tell the father when something happens to the child? You're going to tell him sorry. That's all you have for him. So the last question I'm going to ask again is, what would happen if Adam physically disciplined Eve for her disobedience? Where is the scripture that says that we cannot discipline the woman or that we should not? Because I can show you a million scriptures that shows where it would be necessary to discipline her if you don't want a curse to come upon your nation. And the last question is, what should I do personally if Eve is risking the safety of my child? And don't tell me to be the bigger person. Thanks. Until the next time I see you, vibrate higher. And fuck you, YouTube, for deleting my video. Hey, y'all, so I just did.
All right, man. What you think about that, Deuce? We're going to wrap it on this. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What you think about that?
I mean, he has a point, but I don't know, bro.
Well,
I'm not sure.
I don't believe in being physical with anybody. You know what I mean? Like we were saying about the spanking, and I definitely don't believe in being physical with your mate, the person that you care about, in any circumstances. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're trying to save their life or something. Other than that, I don't see no reasons to be physical with them. So I don't agree with that. And I think that that's another thing that happens when you get caught up in the Bible. You know what I mean? And making it be the only damn book that you read. There's a bunch of damn other books out there, man. And also, it's also misinterpretation of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because it's supposed to teach you how to live, to improve how you live your life. It's not telling you to beat your wife. It's not saying that.
Yeah, I've never read that in the Bible myself, but when I say he has a point, there is a lot of kids that are molested due to the recklessness of, mothers. I mean, we see it every day. The mothers that choose these guys to have with them, have a relationship with. But to put your hands on.
The only time you're supposed to fight is when you're protecting yourself. You know what I'm saying? When you have to. You don't when you are embracing your higher self, then you don't resort to violence unless it's like absolutely necessary, because that's a lower self. That's an animalistic, that's a Doc says, so he's arguing the Bible as an excuse to be violent with a woman. That's the very definition of taking God's name in vain, using God to push a personal agenda. Yeah, like I say, maybe I'm sensitive to this subject because I grew up in a household. My dad used to beat my mom. That's part of the reason why my mom's kind of all fucked up. mentally. So, you know, like I say, I see the damage that these things do. So, you know, I don't condone those behaviors at all. You know what I mean? Under no circumstances. Now, you know, you find ways to deal with your mate when you're not happy with them. Communication is the best part, right? You need to communicate, and I think that's what happens. You want to communicate with them, but your way of communicating with them is to get physical, so they can understand that you really mean business about whatever subject you're talking about or whatever, or to let them know that they did something wrong or that was out of line and something that you didn't appreciate. But I think communication is what you need, what you're missing there, and you know, if y'all can't work together, if y'all agendas don't align, then y'all need to not be together. So that's it. Period. Either we gonna work this out or we gonna not be together. We can, being together and getting physical with each other is not how this is gonna go. It's not setting a good example for the children. It's not setting a good environment for them. It's not good for no one that's involved. Doc says, to be fair, the conversation, though, when we ask what would Jesus do, kicking over tables and whipping people's is not exactly off limits. Only under the right circumstances. Christ energy, I would agree with you on that, Doc. But, you know, there are circumstances where violence is necessary, you know, and I've said that before. But when you're in a situation with your mate, unless you're protecting yourself, if there's a situation where you have to protect yourself, they attacking you, whether they're male or female, you know, I feel like you have a right to defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only situation.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think some would even argue that at that point, oh, you shouldn't put your hands on them, you know.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I think if you can get out, get out. You know, because once it becomes physical, you know, and that's the thing that I see with a lot of the women nowadays. You know, I see a lot of them. It's like they put their hands on men. It's just like at the end of the day, you keep backing this man in the corner, you keep hitting him, you keep toying with him, you keep slapping him as he's trying to get away from you. Eventually, he's gonna snap and forget who the fuck you is, or he's gonna get tired of getting hit or slapped. Because for one, a slap is real disrespectful. I don't care what nobody says. That's disrespectful as fuck.
And some of these chicks can literally beat up the dudes. And there's physical abuse on both sides. It happens. Men get physically abused too. But most of the time, a lot of times, men get emotionally abused by women. So it goes both ways. It doesn't matter what their gender is. And like I said, if they're getting physical with you and you have to defend yourself, then you have to defend yourself. It doesn't matter whose gender, whatever. Because a chick could beat the shit out of a dude. Or she could even kill him, stab him to death, shoot him. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, if you're defending yourself, you're defending yourself. That's fair. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna say nothing about that. But at the same time, just being physical with your mate because you're mad at them or something, or you want to punish them, or whatever is your reason that you came up with in your head, is not a good enough reason, and it's not proper. And if you're thinking that way, then you shouldn't be with her, because any girl that you chick, or male or female, this is not gendered. You mate, whichever one that you want to be with or you're with, y'all shouldn't be having no physical confrontations, because if y'all care about each other, y'all like each other, nobody wants to hurt each other. That's where that confusion comes in. That's the reason why I don't like the spankings, because they say they did it because they loved them. You know what I'm saying? Because I loved you, I did this to you, I hurt you. So then people make this correlation between, you know what I'm saying, the person I care about, I'm supposed to physically hurt to show that I love them, that's a mind fuck right there. You know what I'm saying? That's a total mind fuck. And then, so that's why you got the sadism and masochism, or people who, you know, some people genuinely like pain. I ain't gonna lie, you know. So you got people all over the spectrum, but when you are hurting the other person either physically or emotionally, you know, that's a toxic relationship. And a lot of times we don't see it for that. And our society actually kind of like pushes us into these toxic relationships and tells us we're supposed to stay there and we're supposed to kind of deal with it or whatever. And then our society is really hard on us for saying, hey, I'm in a toxic relationship right here. And like, shut it up, suck it up for the kids. But it's not a good situation for nobody if it's a toxic relationship. And that means it's toxic for the kids too, everybody involved. And like I say, people get damaged over time from this kind of abuse, whether it's physical or emotional. This kind of abuse has an effect on people's mental stability over time, their emotional stability, their ability to function as a normal human being in society can be damaged as a result of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. Getting physical, only if you protecting yourself. There's war. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some guy comes and punches you in the face, or some guy comes and, you know, does something that's really all the way out of line, and you can't help but to go to that level. And even then, sometimes in those situations, it might be better to pass on the violence. You know? But like Doc was saying, though, there is some circumstances where even Jesus would be up in niggas' ass.
Yeah.
So yeah, Christ energy can get in your ass too. But it can't be for a reason that's oppressive to someone else. You know what I'm saying? It was never about that. The missionaries, the way that they do, and they go to Africa and try to convert people to Christianity, that's not Christ energy, because Christ energy is not about that. It's about helping people, sharing, you know, knowledge. So it's not about which religion they have.
Yeah.
Anyways, man, you got any last thoughts? I'm about to wrap it. These lights are shining in my eyes. I'm at 4.5 hours now.
Oh yeah, man. Nah, man, I'm good, brother. Pleasure being on again and listening and learning some more.
Yeah, what did you think about? You didn't say much about the Native American things and all the wars and the lies and the broken treaties, and they told the people that they could hunt offside the reservation, then told them they couldn't, and then, you know what I'm saying?
Man,
Straight.
that's what I was speaking to as far as the corruption. You know, just like the way that they doing people, bro. Like, you know, they give you this facade that you're free and you're really not free. They paint a picture for you.
And then they tell us over and over, we live in the freest country in the world, greatest country in the world, most free, with the most freedoms. And I just don't know that that's true. I've heard this all my life, but I don't know that that's true.
Yeah.
The more and more I study, I think they full of shit. You know, there's different kinds of oppression. There's different kinds of systems that you use to control people. You know, over here in the United States, they have a way of doing it. And I think that their way is more constrictive than some of the other ways, these totalitarian governments.
Yeah. Man, the thing, I think that we have to break that picture down. Like, stop Stop allowing them to continue to paint us a picture. They already showed you who they are. Why are we allowing them to paint another picture?
Yep.
You know, because I think at their core, they truly don't give a fuck. They showed you that. They don't care about you, nobody else. They all have their ulterior motive and what they're trying to get pushed, what they're trying to do. It kind of goes back to what Pat was saying the other night. He would much rather a politician be selfish than to tell you that, oh, what I'm doing is for you.
Yeah. It's way more believable that they're being selfish than that they're actually doing something to benefit me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, man. Well, then that's it, man. I'm gonna wrap it. Peace and love, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for
Same here,
joining.
man.
Deuce, Doc, Elliot, Alex, my Twitch follower who's always here. Thank y'all for being here.
Oh, yeah.
And who's
Definitely.
ever
I
listening.
appreciate being on here, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be back on tomorrow. What you doing tomorrow? Well, tonight.
Well, once I get back, you know, it's my wife and I's anniversary
Oh,
this weekend, so I get back in tonight or this evening or this afternoon, whenever we get back in, I'll be with her. It'll be just her and I, man. No kids,
well,
just me and the wife.
well, happy anniversary, bro. So that means that I can't text you then and tell you when the show go live, man. Go ahead and enjoy your time with your wife, man.
Thank you, bro. It's been, let's see, got married in January of 2008. So 14 years, 15 years?
Wow, that is amazing. It's so, I my hats off to you, man, for being able to keep it together, because knowing, the longest one I was in was like 8 years, and it's a real struggle to keep a relationship together, to keep a
Man,
household together.
I tell you what, 2020, end of 2019, 2020, and then 2021 is where things started to get better for us. It's not really a story that I'm really ready to share on air, but there was definitely some uphill battles. There were some moments where, I look back today, I wonder, dang, man, where did I get the energy and the strength to stick it in, stick it out? And I can probably say that for her too, but I'm just speaking from my perspective, and it's definitely been some uphill battles, bro. Like, it definitely has. I learned a lot. I got to see a lot of people's true colors. I got to see some things that I never would have thought would have taken place. I got to get to see people's true core feelings. And yeah, it's been a lot.
Yeah, well, I failed like 3 times, so all I can say is good job, bro. Doc
Man, we trying,
says,
bro. It's a work in progress. It ain't perfect. I ain't saying, but it's a work in progress, man. Definitely.
Doc
What
says,
Doc say?
sadly, the law today, she can be holding the knife she stabbed you with, but if she has a handprint on her arm from holding the knife at bay, the man goes to jail. It's an endorphin relationship. It's like drugs. Only extreme emotions can give the rush. If there's no rush, it's not real. And that's really scary right there. So that means that somebody's been abused. If they are craving a relationship where they need this rush, they have been abused, and I think that they need mental health. Now, some people out there, like I say, the ones who really enjoy pain, there's people all over the spectrum, but I don't think that it would be normal for you to want a relationship where the person is beating on you and abusing you and shit.
Hell
I don't think
no,
that.
bro.
Yeah,
If
I don't
gotta
think that
fight
that's
somebody
healthy.
I love that I'm with, like, bro, I don't even like to argue. So if I gotta put my hands on you, like, what the fuck? Nah. It reminded me of that video that was surfacing on social media. Dude was trying to leave his girl walk out there. She slapped the shit out of him. He slapped her. She slapped him. Then all of a sudden, these motherfuckers just break out, tongue kiss, and next thing you know, it's like, wow. It's really some relationships like that, bro.
That's crazy. But that's toxic, and that's not gonna last. No way you can sustain a relationship like that. If you're talking about rush, at some point that rush is gonna get old. You're gonna be looking for another one.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna play these clips and wrap it. Thank y'all for joining. I'm at almost 5 hours. I hate going over 4 hours. So this is a way too much. So thank y'all for listening, and thank y'all for joining, and peace and love, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. You too, bro.
All right.
All right.
Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
That you could believe in, that is gonna still guide you towards fear, or things that's gonna take you away from nature. You know what I'm saying? So that just the idea of belief is not necessarily the stronghold.
Right. You got to have some science backing up. Doc says it's the secret. Quantum physics, the combined power of all mankind's belief, become an energy field that we can draw on and use to manipulate our world. We are created in God's image as a spiritual being connected to the universe. The meat sack is just the shell. We are the power.
Yeah.
Well said, Doc.
Yep, well said. And I think we can end on that. That's
perfect.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for commenting. Thank y'all for liking and sharing and subscribing and telling your friends.
Yeah. Thank y'all for everything. Getting our viewership up. I think our viewership will be growing a lot more in the near future. So we thank y'all in advance.
Yeah.
Come and join the club.
Yep. Come join the conversation. Come chat with me and Pat.
I didn't know that you realized that.